Hello and welcome to day 2 of Pubgmobile Club Open right here in 2022. South Asia region is where we're at. We're looking at Nepal, we're looking at, of course, Pakistan, along with Mongolia, so many other teams from Sri Lanka as well joining us all the way through that are going to be participating in day number 2, the final day. 5 final games are going to be going through, but before we jump into all that, we of course do have this amazing personality to talk about who's going to be joining us once again. That's going to be none other than Necro. What's up, dude? How you doing? How are you looking? Well, again, you're looking bling today, dude.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. I like that you mentioned me as a personality, I felt kind of special right there. I felt like I'm some sort of superstar or something. Thank you so much, Blotter. But yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be here and also be with the underdogs themselves. I mean, yesterday they put on a phenomenal performance without a doubt, but I want to see what they've got in the tank today. Especially that we saw some of the teams in the end final moments kind of rising from their ashes. For example, teams like 4 Nepali Boys. I want to see them what they've got today as well.
Absolutely. I do really want to be able to look forward to what 4 Nepali Boys are going to be doing because, again, you talk about that, the storyline basically continuing, right? From yesterday to today, what we're going to be talking about is how 4 Nepali Boys closed and ended their session yesterday, and if they're going to be able to pick up that same pace with the same sort of an approach today and that same, that aggressive play that is going to be required from their side. If not, then they're going to be left out in the blank. But yeah, as of now, as we start the day off, they're looking pretty good in the top 8.
I mean, they definitely are looking pretty phenomenal, and the top 3 as well is looking absolutely great too, right? I mean, just leading is Equinox currently, and then you have Team Endgame coming in all the way from Philippines, but all these teams are competing for that prize pool. $50,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen. A huge prize pool indeed, and that's why these teams are giving it all they have, blood, sweat, and tears all together, and this time they're here to present it for you guys.
They definitely are. I mean, you're talking about the top 16, but apart from that, we've also got teams that did participate from the 17th all the way down to 32nd, and in that, we've got, well, some really big names indeed. But overall, they did walk away with a decent amount of moolah for themselves. And for now, for today, the entire conversation is going to be based on what the top 16 are going to be doing. And in that top 16, again, the first page is looking brilliant because of the number of chicken dinners that they've been able to accumulate on just day number 1. And the stark difference between them compared to the teams that are on the second page.
Exactly. I mean, you talked about the difference, right? Difference is definitely going to be quite huge. But I also mentioned this, Blotter, that top 8 is quite fragile. One single good game can instantly change the entire look on the faces of these players. So for now, let's take a look at the point structures and let's find out how these players are going to be able to accumulate those points, as we've been looking at the same point structure since last year as well. As you do have first place getting 15, second place getting 12, third place getting 10, fourth place getting 8, and then it's going to keep on descending downwards until 13 and 16 getting none. And then you have that 1 point per elimination. That's something my eyes are always locked on.
Indeed, mate, but before we move on through with the points and everything else that will be speculative, of course, at this point in time, we need to concrete this entire conversation that's going to be based on the storyboard that is, of course, the overall ranking. So moving on to the overall ranking, we're looking at the first page where, indeed, look at that team, ISSL Noob Alliance. 9 position jump, sitting on the 6th position with 35 points, 1 point shy of that fifth position without a chicken dinner. Itself clearly indicates that, oh, wow. But you know what? You pointed it out, Necro. That 1 point difference, and that 1 point is based on the eliminations.
Yeah.
5th and 6th. I mean, come on. These teams, they really need to bring themselves together in these games today.
And not just that, even look at the first team and the second team. The point difference is just 1 point. 67 points from the side of Team Endgame, and then you have 68 points accumulated from the side of Equinox. Just that separating point is that 1 point. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I was focusing on that single point so many times. One single elimination, that one single point matters so much in these sort of competition, in these sort of underdog tournaments. It's absolutely insane. Not just underdogs, we've also seen some insane comeback stories with just that one single point where a team was not able to win pretty much just because that one single point. But let's take a look at the next page. Let's find out how things are looking like on the latter half of the board, as we do know there's quite a lot of teams that a lot of fans in the chat are going to be having heavy expectations from. For example, teams like Brilliance and MAKPEN.
Absolutely. I would second that conversation in my dream, of course, because again, we're talking about some really big names and they sitting on the second page with the number of points that they're sitting at. Again, I do want to point it out, but also at the same time, point it out with a bit of a, a brilliant play that can be anticipated from their side, because ladies and gentlemen, look at the point difference. There isn't much. There isn't much. And that clearly indicates and defines that there is a possibility from MAKPEN, from all these teams, in fact, Power, Brilliance, Flames, 1, Fallen 5, Rex, GOZA, to be able to jump up the conversation. I mean, GOZA, all right, yeah, let's leave that team out apart of the conversation, but not really be a conversation starter because of the point difference between them. But at the same time, they are here. They have done really well. But today will be the defining moment for the side of these teams, especially the ones sitting at that 14, 15, 16 position.
Exactly. And Botter, taking our glance again on the first spot and second spot, that one single point just separating these teams is absolutely insane, right? So let's take a look at the head-to-head comparison between DE Gangsters and Equinox, as you do have the H2H between these teams, and the damage dealt from the side of DE Gangsters is a little less. So this in itself just shows the amount of respect DE Gangster has for both aspects of the game, even not just the survival, also the elimination. So it's like a really nice balance between the placement points and also the elimination points.
Indeed, I would definitely agree with that. But along with that, I will definitely say that DE Gangsters, they really need only one thing working for them, and that is going to be the average survival time. If they're able to pick up that average survival time, no questions asked, they're going to be able to compete very clearly and evidently against the side of Equinox. But talking about Equinox and their play in terms of consistency, it has been phenomenal. A team coming in from Mongolia, Equinox, this team has been sensational from the start of the day. I mean, they got the first chicken dinner on the map of Triangle with 7 elimination points for themselves. I mean, this team is not going to just walk out of the competition. They are going to try their level best to get as many points as they possibly can. And on the other side is going to be DE Gangsters, the team that is playing it smart, the team that had a really good day number 1, but day number 2, 5 games in the hand. They need to be able to bring in an X factor, an X nerve into the way they're going to be able to play this game to get above Equinox.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I said, right? DE Gangsters, the team card, you can clearly see these 4 individual players are really experienced when it comes to this lobby. They have played in the past too. They've competed in this sort of competitions in the past as well. That's what you clearly saw yesterday. The way DE Gangsters played, they had a lot of confidence moving in forward. But let's take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, to find out how the schedule for today is going to be looking like. It's pretty much going to be the same as a replication of yesterday. Same schedule. Nothing really changed in here. We're going to be having 1 Sandhawk, 3 Erangels, and 1 Miramar.
That indeed is going to be true, ladies and gentlemen. And talking about the way the games are going to be played out, first game is going to be on the map of Erangel, and that is where the storyline will start on day number 2, the final day, right here at, of course, PMCO. But in all of that, we've already seen what the anticipation is going to be based on how the leaderboard was set up. But apart from all of that, I do really want to be able to keep my fingers crossed that, second team, or rather second page teams, yesterday, as we moved on down to the final game, really did showcase a brilliant play. You talk about Team Prime, you talk about a lot of these individual teams that were not doing good. They had a brilliant play in the final game of the day. So maybe today they start off with that rockin' performance, or we go along with what Necro just said. I mean, since yesterday, he's been talking about how DE Gangsters have been really phenomenal. They've been the one that you should look out for. And I would not argue with that conversation, because they definitely are. So let's see if they'll be able to keep that pace up and go above and ahead of Equinox.
I'm not going to lie. Look, Mongolian domination has been there in the South Asia region for a really long time, right? I want a team who's going to be able to just compete against that and show them that it's not just going to be the Mongolian domination. We've also got some talent from other regions coming in as well. But it seems like we've got the call from the Puppet Master. The first game is lined up and ready for you guys. So let's just head inside the map of Erangel, because the plane fly path is not going to wait for any one of us. But yeah, getting back to the conversation that I was having with you, Blotter.
Wait. Did you just call me a puppet?
No, not you. I called the producer the Puppet Master, because we have to follow whatever he says,
what?
dude.
No, but all right. I mean, a master puppet would have been better, but all right.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Puppet Master?
No, it's not. I mean, I'd rather be called a song from Metallica rather
I was
than
not calling you that.
A puppet. I'm just saying in general, right? Like, as an individual, I'm sure the director would not really care about any of this conversations as we start the game.
He's just like, I'm here to do my job, man. Just stop talking about me. I don't need any recognition here. I want to stay behind the screen.
We should point them out and bring them to the limelight that what exactly is their prediction going to be and what exactly are they anticipating from the
Oh,
game,
just like how
because
we
they
did.
always, right, they always bring us up and they're always like, all right, what do you think, what do you think, and all right, like, what do you
Yeah.
think, mate?
Yeah, maybe show them how it feels to be under the spotlight.
Uh-huh.
This makes sense. I mean, this is what we did in the PMPL as well, if you remember. You know, we had a producer's prediction as well, which team's going to win. And he kept on
See,
cursing
again
me,
you
if you
called me a
remember.
puppet. Like, why would I not
I
remember?
didn't. I said producer.
Like, you said if you would remember. Like, why would I not remember? Looking at how the zone is created, I definitely remember this was not the way the zone was being created yesterday. Today, we're looking at an western shift coming in from the zone, especially on the map of Wrangle. Because yesterday, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Necro. Yesterday, what we saw from the side of the zone of PUBG Gods was the fact that every single time we were on the map of Wrangle, we looked at pretty much a western-ish shift, but most of the times the zone itself, the first zone itself, was on the eastern side of the map. But right off the bat, today we're looking at an eastern, or rather, my apologies, the western zone. So maybe we could expect a different play, a different what do you call it?
Approach?
The X Factor zone, yeah, perhaps from the zone itself, because today is the
Yeah.
defining day. You know, I really want to be able to see every single Wrangle game that is played out, to have every fight based on exactly how the zone is going to be pointed out.
Exactly. And again, I'm not going to lie, no matter what sort of a zone it is, the end game, PS, they found out a way to just crack the code of no matter what sort of a zone it is. They're just so good at repositioning themselves over and over again inside
I think
those
they found
zones.
the
And
stones,
also,
mate.
what?
I'm sorry, I was just making a meme.
Uh,
I think they found the stones, but never mind, I'm sorry.
What kind of stones are we talking here, man? I've got a lot of stones
I don't know,
outside my
mate.
house
I
as
mean,
well.
you know, there are a lot of stones colored across the entire galaxy, and I think Endgame really found the stones that are working for them, and you know, they're just able to compete based on that fact. So we should already eliminate that team from the conversation. But of course,
They've got the stones, guys. You guys found it here. All you need is a couple of stones, so make sure you go out of your house and get some colored stones.
Oh, you know what? We should point out Ocean in the conversation as well.
Yeah, guys, he's got a lot of stones. But moving on forward.
Oh, goals, you better be careful. All right, I'm taking it too far. I'm just kidding. Of course. Like, another way the zone itself has been created, we're looking at the team of Rex and RC. I mean, this team, they played phenomenally well yesterday as the day came to an end, right? I mean, in fact, to be very blunt about it, the final two games is where we actually saw Rex and RC bring up their pace, bring up their play to be able to dominate against their opponents. They were not able to get a chicken dinner, but they definitely got their swagger moving along for their side. So just saying that this being the center, or this team being in the center of the zone, should be able to capitalize, along with the fact that they've got a 2-1 split. What do you think?
I mean, a two-man split, yeah, definitely it does work out quite well. And considering the fact that, I mean, are you talking about ISSL Noob?
Rex and RC is what I'm looking
Rex.
at.
Rex and RC. Okay, so it's actually, so it's a 2-on-1-on-1 split. So it's quite interesting, right? It's probably because they have seen and they have studied about how the surrounding looks like around them, and they pretty much know. This is what I said, Blotter, right? Yesterday, they couldn't really make any sort of changes on the fly. But today, what they could have done is pretty much go and watch the VODs what happened yesterday, and today come in with even more improvised strategy in the lobby. So Rex and RC pretty much know there's no one around them in that vicinity, so they know they can pretty much spread it, and they can pretty much just get as much as loot acquired as possible, and that's what Rex are currently doing. And luckily, they also have the Zor right on top of them.
Oh, yes. They're spreading it for sure. But, you know, just to point it out, one more thing to add on to that conversation is what I noticed yesterday as well. When it came down to the place that the team of NRC have dropped down to, right? I mean, we're talking about Primosk and Ferry, my apologies. And, you know, yesterday we had contestations. We had a few teams that did drop against each other exactly at that same exact spot. So it is in the end turning out to be a bit of a gamble for their side, or maybe they really have gotten down and understood exactly how the teams are going to be playing. From the first angle to the second, what is the approach going to be? From the second to the fifth angle of the day, you know, what the approach is going to be. And perhaps they definitely have split themselves up in based on that conversation, as you pointed out.
I mean, definitely. But all I'm expecting is improvised strats, and all I'm expecting is more confidence from all these teams. Yesterday, there were quite a lot of confidence. And talking about confidence, surprisingly, yesterday when I was going through the WODs as well, I noticed Grim Gaming. That is one of those teams that is currently second last in the overall rankings, if I'm not wrong. And
Right.
but that is one of those teams yesterday. They were in a lot of spotlight, is because they were getting engaged in so many fights, and they were also pretty much dealing a lot of damage in the majority of the fights too. So I feel like Grim Gaming, when it comes to the firepower, they're not lacking. They're neither shy of taking any sort of fights, but what they're lacking is a little bit of strategical advantage against the teams, and that's where they're kind of struggling when it comes to positioning themselves better in the circle and even in the fights.
Yeah, I would second that. I would rate that for sure, mate. Because again, when you talk about the way the team of Grim has been able to play Grim Gaming, they have been, they've definitely gone through ups and downs. But overall, when it comes down to the sheer play and the game that they're able to create for themselves, it's all about, you know, getting that information, retaliating against it, but also at the same time having that conversation working for them. But I do also have to add another but to the second part of the first one, which is, are they sure that they want to be able to have that sort of an approach on this day number 2? But along with that, looking at day number 2, it is off to a fine start where Equinox gets the first blood, almost the first blood, but Rex RRC is not that far behind. I mean, look at Hassan right now, and he's definitely able to pinch down a lot of bullets down and led towards the side of Equinox. But yeah, it's just a bit too late, mate, because you've already lost one of your teammates.
Oh, what?
And he is...
Okay, he can still be.
All right, I called it out. I'm going to be the caster's curse for the entire day, I think.
Listen, man, I'm telling you, he can still be rezzed. If one of the teammates, if he's able to sneak inside the water, he can get the res done. He can get the fallen man
Mate,
back
I
up.
asked for the first blood, and he's just denied me that. It's like, I'm against NRC now.
It's not yet, man. It's not yet, dude. I'm telling you, if you are a team that is struggling currently in the overall rankings, you do not want to be in the spotlight of Equinox. You never want to be. Because Equinox is one of those teams that is not scared of taking fights without a doubt. They have amped up the aggression, as always. And yeah, they're just out for blood. They're quite thirsty too, including the placement points. But they have more elimination points compared to the placement points. So that in itself just proves a lot, I think, when it comes to Equinox, that this is one of those teams that is quite bloodthirsty, and they would want to take you down no matter what. So you would want not to be in a target of a team like Equinox. And so far, they've already got the first blood blotter. So that's a good news, right?
Indeed it is. It definitely is. Because the way that this team played yesterday, the way that they played in the 32 lobby as well, they were looking pristine. They were looking like they knew exactly what the other teams are going to be doing. They were in the minds of their opponents, and that's exactly what they're doing right off the bat on day number 2 is the final day, start of the day. They get the first elimination point, the first blood situation working for their side. So that's definitely going to be giving them a pretty good boost. But also, I'm going to be able to see what else the zone going to be doing. But never mind the zone, because we've got DE Gangsters moving in with Quad, taking the second kill, second elimination point of the game today. And this is just turned down into sheer brilliance from the side of this player, because he's all by his lonesome as you look onto the mini-map. But does he know? Does he know where the other team opponents are? We can see it in the minimap.
Yeah.
But does he know? For now, he's just taking a chill pill. Of course, getting his loot segregated and sorted. I'm hoping that his teammates are going to be around in vicinity to be able to give him that cover and that flank angle. But talking about that flank angle, look at HR. I mean, this team, HellRaisers from Pakistan, yeah, they brought up their level of play as the day came to an end yesterday.
Talking about that, we're already seeing the majority of the teams that are currently in the first half of the board getting engaged in the fight. But Aurora is not one of those. But HellRaisers definitely do want to make their name up there as well, as they've already gotten the first elimination in the entire game for themselves, at least. Z is the man who's able to get the blood on his hands, while the rest of his team is well spread out as well. Rex and RC, they will need to watch out indeed, as Amara is already a lost cause for them. Roar again. Now this time Roar can be picked off by another team, Rex. They've got the sight lines locked. Mr. Savage is right in the front lines, but Savage too is playing this one out so safe. Realizes there might be a chance. He did hear a couple of gunshots nearby, so he does not want to take any sort of chances just right now. Zawa too, moving back in the building. I like how safe these teams are trying to play, but it's four Nepali boys crashing against the players of HellRaisers. A lot of fights going on this time. Teams do want to get in control of the best compound so far, of the most controlling spots in the entire zone, but they're already taken by some of the best teams.
Well, again, I mean, Nepali for boy, the way they just jumped into this arena, that was lackluster, of course, and the way HR were able to just retaliate against that was brilliant, was sheer brilliance, and also the skill working for them because they were quick on them triggers, and in that doing so, they've been able to eliminate and get 3 elimination points for their side, but the fight is not yet done. Roar, a team, again, joining us all the way from Nepal. Yesterday, we saw them being in the limelight in the final 2 games of the day. In fact, the final game of the day itself is what I would want to mention, but is that going to be enough for them to be able to roar across the side of HellRaisers from Pakistan? It's Nepal versus Pakistan right now between these 2 teams, but which one is going to be able to come up on top? Of course, Roar have already taken 1 elimination. That means they are a 3-man army against a 4-man squad of HR. Also, to the sheer brilliance of HR, they are sitting on top of that hill, so the advantage is definitely going to be for their side. But hey, I mean, again, Rover soldiers, they are soldiers for sure, but now is the time for them to define if they are true to the name or if they're just caricatures.
Roar soldiers so far just looking around because they've already caught a casualty. Don't want any more casualties anymore. That's why Roar, they're trying to be as cautious as possible, but they're surrounded by quite a lot of teams and they cannot really afford. And yeah, the next circle's still shifting a little bit, also having those water lines in it, so it's like a 50-50 shift, having 50% of the water in it and having the 50% of land surface in it as well. So that means there's not going to be a lot of land area, not a lot of cover to play around. The circle definitely is not going to have enough space to contain all these teams in it, because we're probably going to be seeing a lot of bloodshed soon, Blotter.
True indeed, mate. But look at that, the way HR were able to absolutely read how the zone is going to be shifting across and move away from an advantageous position that they already got elimination points from. They're like, all right, mate, we're not going to worry about that because we've got better advantageous positions to take care of as the zone has already shifted away. And that itself talks about how you're going to be able to play the game. We're not talking about fights, but talking about fights themselves. We've got Nepali 4 boys against the side of HellRaisers, and what a sheer brilliant play coming in from the side of this team of HR as they decided to move across to get into the comfort of the zone. They get some really good elimination points, which is all the way brought down to 4 points for them. So that is a good start for HR for the day. A team from Pakistan, but Rex and RC from the start of the day, yeah, they've been in crosshairs, not looking too good, I would say.
I'm not gonna lie, I already love how the day is being started today, Blotter. I mean,
true.
Early aggression, and this is what I'm really a huge fan of, and we're finally able to see this. Today's day is going to be filled with aggression because teams realize it's real deal today. If you're not going to be able to wrap up a lot of points, then your position will pretty much be easily compromised. But at the same time, you have Team Primes against the players of Flames 1. Alpha by falls down. A great knockout from the side of Team Prime to open the fray up. Another one will follow it up as well. The hands were too busy. Had a nade cooking up in his hands, and Smart will take full advantage of that, but still Joker to clutch it out. And unfortunately, Team Prime will be eliminated, and they're going to be the 15th team to be taking an exit from this lobby.
All thanks to Joker, mate. All thanks to Joker is what I'm going to say to that fight, because that was just sheer brilliant play coming in from his side and skill being showcased from his front as he had all of his teammates brought down to their knees. But right now we've got another fight taking on across between the side of Prime against the players of Rex and RC. Doom is down to his death as he will be eliminated, as 3 of the players coming in from the side of Fallen 5, my apologies, not Prime, are going to be able to just capitalize on that situation and compound for themselves. But just that one elimination point is what they're going to be walking away with. Is that going to be enough? Of course not. Fallen 5, they haven't had a good start to day number 1. They really need to be able to shake up those numbers and shack them up to at least the first page. But will it be allowed from the side of Rex? Let's have a look at that. Right now, we're of course looking at Fallen 5 as they confirm the elimination of Rex's players. But we've still got a 4v2 situation, if I'm not mistaken. 4v1. And that one player coming in from the side of Rex and RC, he better fall back. There we go. The one final player coming in from the side of Rex and RC. He was the flank angle. He was the one who was supposed to be able to cover their fronts. But I guess the fronts have been assaulted and they have been brought down to their knees, as Posh has been indicated. And Roar, also around the vicinity, are going to be able to just equalize that conversation. And Rex have nothing to say.
Roar just taking an exit from that compound. Rex, unfortunately, Hazen was just waiting for the right moment to strike, but he did not find any. The vehicle's tires as well are taken out by Roar, so the vehicle's pretty much going to be dumped now. Next to useless. Maybe the rest of the tires are still can be used, but yeah, it's just stuck between a shack and a little bit of slope, so you cannot really still use it. Because you do have Roar again, though. Some of the players are stuck in the water. Sawa gets spotted. That little glimmer is going to be more than enough for Equinox to capitalize. Sawa knocked out now, trying to crawl back to safety. But Kenzos is a man who has been there, even in the elimination leaderboards. He's actually just leading leaderboards so far. And Roar, they are in the receiving end of Kenzos this time. They cannot really face the wrath of Kenzos. The terror this man has on the entire lobby. You can clearly see how Roar is scared of that.
Oh, they definitely are. And look at the kill feed chiming along with the name of course, eliminations. We've got the side of D Gangsters taking on that approach against the players of Grim, as well as Doom, in fact, as they were able to knock out a player from Doom, as well as, of course, the side of that team. But we'll move on back to that conversation, as we've got Brilliance on our stream. 17-18 minutes into this conversation and this fight, we are, of course, looking at a brilliant play, a brilliant start to the day for these games. I mean, this is the 5th last game, correct me if I'm wrong, and these teams are again playing it to perfection, mate.
Circle playing a cruel game, Blotter, again. And how is Brilliance gonna try to make the entry inside without taking any sort of casualty? Not just that, even the team end game this time, it seems like they're on quite a struggling spot. Not able to find their sweet spot in. They've also taken a lot of damage, but they have an advantage of the high ground that they can try to play around with. On the other hand, Brilliance finding an uphill battle, but Michael, all the way from the back, is providing some huge cover fire, also damaging the players big time of the players at the end game.
Bro, they gave away the gems. I'm pretty certain they gave away the gems. I mean, this is not the play that was anticipated. Oh, come on. You should not be doing that against such a fabulous team. The side of this team was so wonderful yesterday. But hey, you know what? Brilliant gameplay coming in from the side of Brilliance is what it is. And it seems like they're going to be turning it into a bogey, or maybe a clear play coming in from their side. Hey, but before we move on away from that conversation, we've got to talk about this team.
What?
Fallen 5. What a play. What an interesting play coming in from the side of Fallen 5. But I'm sorry, what about Fallen 5? They're done, mate. I mean, no. Did you have any bets? I mean, they're done.
Listen, man, you talked about Stones and the end game just got Thanos snapped.
I had to.
They disappeared, dude.
Who curses them all?
Why, Water? Why? I don't know about them getting Stones, but I feel like
as we looked at that fight, it was clearly evident. I mean, the way the end game approached that fight, even though they had that advantageous position of being on top of the hill, they were not spreading themselves. They had no flank angles. They had nothing working for themselves. And Brilliance, they were all over that place. And like I said, I mean, bogey or not, they were able to just capitalize on that situation with a power. And that is what I'm looking forward to from the side of that team. But looking on forward to some more aggression, it is going to be DE Gangsters going down, or are they? Because Fallen 5 are rescuing all of these players and eliminating them one by one. What a brilliant play. 9 teams remaining in the 20th minute. This is a sensational start of the day.
Oh, indeed a sensational start. The Gangsters get crumbling down against the players of Fallen 5, something we did not expect to happen. But Nishan and Demon YT is still up. These two players can definitely be the game changer, but this time, are they going to be able to be the game masters or not? Fallen 5, so far, they have the entire control in their hand, as the Fallen Man is back up as well. Nishan, somewhere down line, is also getting a lot of visual cues to play with. Peeks out from the door. Unfortunately, one of the players from Fallen 5 steps out in the open. Same mistake that Smokey V2 made yesterday, and this time it's Fallen 5 replicating that, as it's all going to be down to the last man alive, but not anymore. DE Gangsters getting rid of the last man too, and talk about making this a gangster's paradise.
Well, you ghost them.
No, they're still up. Demon is up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I mean, you spoke about it before the day even started, before yesterday even started. It was DE Gangsters is all I heard from you, and that is exactly why, because that team is so brilliant. Never mind if they've got the number advantage or not. On their front is going to be the side of MAKPEN as they bring down the sheer brilliance coming in from the side of Brilliance as they are being brought down to their knees one by one. MAKPEN is taking a look at that with 3 eliminations coming in from a VSS. This dude is on a rockin' start to the day from MAKPEN. That is going to be Lucio.
VSS is a weapon that is quite rarely used in the battlefields, but this time, this man is using it really well, and I'm quite impressed, I'm not gonna lie. VSS, a weapon of a silent assassin, and he's able to be the silent assassin inside this entire ruckusy battlefield. As we do have MAKPEN again, all 4 players up, looking quite coordinated, looking like a well-oiled team so far. Brilliance in the receiving end. Devil Boy, the last glimmer of hope alive. And Aryan, oh, he's just getting bombarded by so many raids. It's going to be so tough to dodge, especially when you're knocked. And yeah, there you go. Will be confirmed soon. So MAKPEN looking really well, as I said, looking well synergized as well. Devil Boy's position now should be given away with that nade. But look at this, man. He's just looking to sneak that nade in through that little gap. And yes, he did. Oh, he steps out in the nick of time.
That was good. That was really good. I mean, him being all by his lonesome. Oh, but look at that. A team out on the side. That's going to be DE Gangsters just waiting for their moment to define that fight. But again, he's just a one-man army against this team of a 4-man squad. That's going to be MAKPEN. And mark my words, MAKPEN, you better be able to deliver on this fight because you've got a 4v1 situation. Please, please, do not falter down from the situation. But looking at that zone in the minimap, we've got an opportunity for a third-party conversation taking place in this fight as well as MAKPEN. 17 remaining. They're taking on too long. They're taking their very time against them, and that indeed could maybe not be the case. But on the other front, looking at the kill feed, we've got Equinox downing themselves down to a one-man army, or rather one man going down, which is not looking good because ISSL Noob have completely obliterated them in terms of their positioning and have absolutely retaliated. But it's all down to Doc. Will Doc be able to dock this bullet coming in from Jimmy as well as the utilities?
What? Okay, F1 Goku in the backlines. What just happened? Goku, where did you come from? What? Goku he just teleported. I'm telling you, man. Goku's got some nice instincts right there. Just teleports right behind Equinox, but still messes it up. And Flames won. They will be smoked by Equinox, because you do have Equinox as well. Slowly and steadily, they're also catching a lot of bullets onto themselves because a little bit too many teams in the open field, and you never know where the sightlines are going to be locked in from you. So gotta watch out from all the angles, and sometimes, or most of the times, it gets quite impossible because MAKPEN put it back with a 4-man team, as I said, looking pretty well all in this game to kick things off today. And Equinox too, just doing a really good job. Now they just need to get the fallen man back up, which is Doc. Going for the res on the fallen man. Shouldn't be that tough of a task. But 3-man squad, Equinox, they're capable of doing some insane things, some miraculous plays too. So having high hopes from Equinox in this game.
Well, I would second that, but also the positioning of this team, Equinox, is not looking too good. I mean, initially they were looking brilliant as far as ISSL Noob did not disturb them, but they did. And as soon as ISSL Noob did, they were in the crosshairs of MAKPEN. And MAKPEN are absolutely obliterating the positioning coming in from the side of Equinox. But will that be enough? Again, I mean, they've only taken 1 damage and 1 player going down. But look at those frames that are so close. They're sneaking across the players of MAKPEN, and he just gets one. Momo goes down, but so does MAKPEN in sneaks. And in doing so, we've got a 3v2 situation now is the conversation for MAKPEN. Please push, please make it happen. But hey, you better not because you're out in the open.
How did that knock just flow through like that? Beast is an absolute beast, I'm not gonna lie. Then you have Doc 2 just spraying down MAKPEN. MAKPEN this time on the receiving end. The position they have is not something they can heavily rely on. Repositioning is needed, but how are they going to make this happen? And yep, blink of an eye, and MAKPEN, they're pretty much almost destroyed. On the verge of getting eliminated too, but Pelzang is trying to fight back as much as possible, but the play zone's going to wrap up things against MAKPEN. MAKPEN taking an exit, and now it's just down to the top 3 teams alive, Blotter. Equinox, ISSL. And there's one more team in the back, but they're just keeping their presence unknown, taking things as slow and as cautiously as possible.
They definitely are. MAKPEN, I honestly anticipated a lot more. I honestly anticipated a lot more. They were out in the open. They were trying to get in the zone. I completely understand. They had to take a fight. But being stuck together and getting sprayed on, that was, that was... I don't even want to talk about it. That was just not the way that I anticipated MAKPEN to be able to play a game and fight. But looking at Equinox and the way that they're able to just dominate against the team that is right next to them, that's going to be ISSL. Noob and Jimmy goes down. With that, we've got 2 players remaining from the side of ISSL. But GOZA, as you so perfectly mentioned, the team in yellow, they're just sticking around in the corners. They're just waiting for their time. We've got 2 teams remaining as ISSL Noob goes down. They had all the opportunity to take on Equinox, but they could not because of the sheer brilliance as to how Equinox plays. And ISSL getting eliminated leaves us with just 2 teams remaining, and GOZA is up for grabs.
I mean, I'm not even going to lie. At this point in time, you cannot even blame the teams for not able to reposition themselves because the Circle has just taken such a shift. Circle played cruel games. And the teams, you cannot really do much when the Circle is just going to be shifting out in the open, and the majority of the Circle is going to be in water. So it's tough to reposition yourself in these kind of moments, and won't really blame any sort of teams in here. But Equinox, they find themselves in the lucky shoes, and not just that, they're able to defend their position too, and also breach inside the zones without any trouble, able to win the duels that they take, and that's how Equinox are coming through victorious in the first game of day 2 of the PMCO.
Hey, that's how they started yesterday. That's exactly how they're going to be starting today as well. But again, a big thumbs up to the way the team played overall when it comes down to the approach that they had. I mean, there were moments where I honestly thought that the side of Equinox were done for because they were at the end. They were at the edge, but still able to rack up so many numbers. ISSL Noob, you definitely should have done better is what I'm going to say. But GG play coming in from Equinox with 13 elimination points along with the chicken dinner.
Well, I mean, 13 elimination points speaks volumes about this team, how they like to play. I mean, aggression definitely there. We're able to win those fights insanely there. Imagine if a 3-man team is able to pull something like this off. Imagine what would have happened when the 4th man was alive too. Could have been absolute insanity. Could have been able to wrap up even more elimination points. But Equinox, this team is capable of volumes. And I just feel like it's not just Equinox, it's just in general, whichever teams comes out of Mongolia, they just have some like inbuilt talent.
Let's get on Mongolian Tide.
Mongolian Titans. I feel like currently the Titans are Stalwart Esports and Zeus, which is not Zeus anymore, my bad. It's
again, all I said was let's get on Mongolian Tide. I did not specify anything of that sort. Necro did, but moving on along from that conversation, let's have a look at the MVP, the most valuable player coming in from the game today. And the first games, again, I mean, MVP has to go down to East, mate. I mean, this dude, he is always there for his team. 8 eliminations. That is sheer brilliance coming in from his side. And looking at those bars, of course, his teammates weren't that far behind.
Wait, you talked about Mongolian Titans, right? You said Mongolian Titans?
Diet,
right?
Diet. Do you understand that?
Diet!
The word diet, yes.
Oh, I heard Titans! Okay, yeah, there's something in their diet, yeah, probably. Has to be, man. I don't know. But I definitely do want to know, too. So I probably will talk to the players soon because I want to be as insane as they are. But nothing taken away from the other regions, too, man. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll share the notes with you, man. I'll probably write it down and stuff. But yeah, nothing taken away from other regions, too. For viewers, better luck next time, guys. But yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't do that. I'm sorry, but yeah, talking about the top players, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, nothing taken away from other regions, guys. Nothing taken away from other regions, too. Every single team is doing really phenomenal. Before now, Equinox, the way they're playing is on another level, and they are just catching all of our attention. So that's why we have to elaborate more, and just because they want to, so that's why we have to also glorify them. And Equinox so far doing a really great job. MAKPEN too, actually able to show themselves up in the top 3, and that's quite insane. Fallen 5 almost able to win a fight against DE Gangsters. That's something insane too, but DE Gangsters as well showing a little bit of glimmers of greatness. And I'm pretty sure it's just the first game. You still have 4 more games to go, Potter.
That is indeed very true, and of course, but Fallen 5, they've started the day with a good, rock-solid start is what I'm going to say. Along with that, looking at the first game itself, I mean, yesterday we had to wait all the way to the 5th game to get a vehicle elimination, and this game is just the first start, the first game of the day, and we're looking at vehicle eliminations. And now, you know what that means? That means assault, that means annihilation, and that means just complete chaos that I'm anticipating from the side of this lobby. But only one grenade elimination? Come on. I look at grenade eliminations as if a team is just able to dominate. And this first game, I'm waiting for that perfect graph that's going to be showcased, the damage graph, because I want to be able to see all the teams participating. And as the day yesterday ended, we did see all the teams participate and be a part of, getting good elimination points, getting decent amount of damage. Is that going to be the case today as well?
Yeah.
We shall move on to that. But before we do so, let's have a look at the match ranking.
Let's move on over to the match rankings and let's find out how it looked like. But let me tell you what, one team that was not really able to show up, that we wanted to show up, was Doom Esports. Doom Esports nowhere to be seen in the first page of the first game of the day 2. But GOZA Esports able to kick things off pretty well next to Brilliance and MAKPEN.
I wonder how MacViper is doing. We're looking at MAKPEN sitting on that 3rd spot and him at the bottom right now. But along with that, we've also got the side of DE Gangsters sitting on the 6th spot from this first game. We've got 4 games remaining. And on the overall ranking, the side of this team is looking pretty good. But is that the same case for Brilliance, or is this a comeback?
I mean, yeah, can be a comeback. Potentially can be a comeback. But for now, let's take a look at the second page too. And let's find out how things are looking like on the second page as well, because I'm pretty sure you're going to be seeing a lot of known names. By known names, I said Doom Esports and the Endgame PS. Unfortunately, these two teams were not able to perform. We also focused on 4 Nepali boys in Sanhok game. They had a blast of a game, but after that, 4 Nepali boys, the struggle was seen. And even today, you're clearly seeing the struggle.
HR sitting on that 9th spot. My apologies, I do not want to stop you in the track, but HR, Pakistan team, look at the elimination points. 5 elimination points, no placement point whatsoever. That is ludicrous. The way this team has just completely showcased to the entire lobby that, you know what, we're going to be dominating in terms of eliminations. That's how we're going to start the roll today. Because yesterday till game number 2, I was waiting for what HR is going to be doing. They were doing nothing. From game 3 onwards, they were looking brilliant.
But let me tell you what, Water, let me tell you one crazy fact. Pakistan only has 3 teams inside PMCO, and there are going to be top 3 teams moving on forward. So every single team in here is already qualified. That is for Pakistan.
Aww. Why do you have to make it so noob? No, that's not what I want to hear. No, that's not what the fans want to hear. No, they're fighting for the sheer brilliance. What are you talking about? No, fans, you did not hear that. You did not. Of course,
I gave you guys the biggest spoiler.
That is not the way the game is going to be played. But of course, we know for a fact that 3 teams from Pakistan, 3 teams from Nepal, 3 teams from the other regions are going to be moving on along. So, yeah, that's how I'm going to be diverse. Never mind. You know what? Move on to the damage draft, mate.
I just gave them the biggest spoiler of the entire series here. I mean, it's still about to end. We're on the last episode. It's almost about to end, guys, but I still gave you guys the spoiler, even the episode when it just started. But we have the damage graph in front of us. 2,755 damage dealt with the eliminations of 13. But, I mean, look, Blotter, even though it's just 3 teams, it's still a battle for the pride, right? You're still fighting here for the pride. You're fighting here not just for the pride, you're also fighting here for the recognition that you're going to get if you win this, and you're also fighting for that money. So if you do care about the money, you've got to be somewhere in the top 3 to get the big chunk of that money in your hands. But let's move on to the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, and let's find out how that previous game has colored the overall rankings now.
Oh, wow. Of course, we've got Equinox up on top, but looking at the numbers apart from Equinox, the way the teams have been able to really rack up those numbers. Look at MAKPEN, look at Brilliance, Flames 1, right? DE Gangsters, of course. They've been around in the vicinity without a chicken dinner, of course, and that's how they love to play. But yeah, this is just domination being showcased from the side of this team. And well, let's see if this is going to be... pushed on through the 4 games remaining or not.
Yeah, let's move on to the other page because, I mean, Doom, ESP as well, not having a great game in the first one. Moving on to the second page, HellRaisers dropping down 2 spots. Team Prime dropping down 5 spots, Blotter, insanely going down. But GOZA and Fallen 5 having a nice lead, and hopefully this lead is kept going because at this point in time, expecting that top 3, especially if you're going to be on the latter half of the board, is next to impossible. So this is the fight for the pride. On the other hand, for Nepali boys, look at them losing 5 positions. It's insane, dropping all the way down to 13th spot.
Well, against that odd number, I want to bring up the side of Grim Gaming Esports as well as Roar Soldiers, as they're both sitting on some even numbers. I mean, they've both played, of course, 6 games. Looking at Grim Gaming, we've got 4 placing points, but 18 elimination. That clearly indicates they've got what it takes. They just need to be careful about the 4 games that are remaining for their side. But Roar Soldiers, kudos to you, mates. I don't know how you did it. 8 placing points, 8 eliminations. GG play, mate.
Indeed. I mean, Roar. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be able to do, but I've already gave you guys a spoiler, so you guys know it.
But let's see what the scorecard is going to be indicating. But before we talk about the scorecard, we do have the schedule, where indeed the second game is going to be played on the map of Miramar, and the second game of the day is going to be the final game, not of the day, but especially of the map, which is going to be on Miramar. So we can definitely anticipate a spread out approach, a scattered approach coming in from the side of these teams. What do you think, mate?
I mean, a scattered approach. Look, I feel like it's really hard to make speculations, right? Because this was the first game of day 2. First game of day 2, kind of tough to make speculations. But as I said, you can be as blunt as you want. As you want to be. I mean, you can just go all in, Blotter, on these teams if you don't like the way they're playing. And if you want to point out some mistakes, go ahead. Because I'm pretty sure even at this point, the teams will appreciate if we are able to pinpoint some mistakes they're making, so they can also help themselves to, like, you know, utilize those mistakes or utilize the points that we gave them in their gameplay to improve themselves even more from what we see some of the big names do. But also talking about big names, even the big names somewhere down line were the underdogs. So this is the learning curve, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you learn.
Oh, yes.
This is how you lose. You learn, you lose again, you learn, but there will be a time where you'll come back and everyone will be just looking at you and you'll be like, all right, this was one of those teams that we saw in the past who was not able to make it, but this time they're here to prove something. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on over to the schedule. Yeah.
I mean, we're done with the schedule, mate. We already know what the upcoming game is going to be.
Listen, man, I'm just way too hyped about it. I'm just way too hyped.
We're going to be moving on to the map of Miramar, of course. And so along with that, we shall also have a look at what the flight path is going to be. And come on, directors, producers, you cannot be biased about that fact that Equinox is sitting on top. You cannot be dictating the start of the game with Equinox's play. If you want to be able to see something like... Right, you know what? I should not name names because I don't want to be calling out teams that are sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard, but I will. We've got Grim. I mean, look at the way this team has been able to accumulate the number of points they've got. They've got merely, 4 placement points, 5 placement points, but the elimination points, that itself, 18, indicates how much of an aggressive stance that team has. So I am going to be putting my bets in Bitcoin and numbers of whatever course and pace.
I'm not gonna lie.
Team. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like so much into that overall rankings right now that like my entire focus is literally on the overall rankings, because this is something that still quite a lot of teams that are in that red zone, Blotter, and they still need to duke it out, man. They still need to fight it out.
True.
And the chances are getting lower and lower. So a lot of my focus, the majority of my focus is just on the overall rankings and how are these teams are going to be doing in game. So that's why I just schedule slipped out of my mouth. But I actually meant to say let's move on over to the game. But
it's
yeah,
fine.
Let's take a look at the circle this time.
Don't
a little bit tilted on the left side. I know. Just gotta give it a shorty, you know, because I mean I'm just truly excited.
It's like watching one of those movies where you got narration going on in the background as you watching the movie, you know, the audio narration, whatever it's called. I'm not entirely sure. I'm a noob in that. Of course, the chat is going to be able to correct me, but I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about, Necro. You watch a movie and it's like a narrative movie, as did not able to just see, but you can absolutely hear what's exactly happening. And yeah, you kind of just took that approach, and I was like, dude, it's all right, it's chill. But taking that approach
No,
from
but
myself,
like,
I'm
I'm
going to
just
steal
like,
it away from you, as we've got, oh, ladies and gentlemen, El Pozo being the center of the zone, as we've got two teams. We've got F1. Along with that, we've got DME. That's Doom. Come on, bring in some Doom in this play, right down to El Pozo. I really want
yeah.
to be able to see, because we've got a 3v4 situation, right? If I'm not mistaken, we've got Kazi, or maybe I'm wrong. We've got a 3v4 situation nevertheless, going on down towards El Pozo. So maybe that could be the first blood that could be anticipated from these teams.
And not just that, we also saw Rex and RC taking a huge split again on the map of Marsa, and that split this time is a little bit dangerous because the solo man is quite close to an enemy territory, and you cannot really afford a split, especially when you know that there's going to be an enemy team around you. So, gotta always watch out from those kind of troubly situations, ladies and gentlemen. As we have Doom currently, at least who are in the receiving end, and Sile is actually surrounded by the entire squad of HR. How is he going to be able to get out of this tricky one? Unless his teammates are able to find one knock, that should buy him enough amount of time to at least slip by, but still, it's going to be quite tough to get out of this one because he's just surrounded by the players. Oh, that head. Shoot it, shoot it. Come on, man. You see it? No, come on. He should have just tapped it. Are you kidding me? AX, a little tap would be more than enough. You saw that pixel.
Indeed, that is true. I was just trying to get my audio corrected. And as we do look at the way these two teams are taking on shots against each other, they've got the information. And look at Doom Sile taking on Sile. Seriously, mate, like, I'm not happy with the name. So I'm going to casting for Sile.
Wait, what's wrong with Sile?
Man, I just wanted to say it.
Okay, we'll talk about that
I have
later.
No idea.
Because for now,
Akazi
it's
is so much better, but look at Roshan.
Yeah.
Roshan is making his team Roshan across, because Team Prime, dude, I have to point this out, of course, because the way the team played yesterday, in the final two games, they finally did start delivering, and Team Prime, they're on a different record altogether, of course, as they bring that sheer dominance in this game as well. Of course, they've taken one knock and one elimination. That's going to be the name of Mujrim, but on the other front, you know what, Mujrim? All right, fine, dude. You do need to get eliminated. But on the other front, the side of this team of Team Prime, they have had a really, really good start to the day. Previous game, this game, they are on that perfect approach that you spoke about yesterday, which is to be consistent. And this team is being very, very resilient in that consistency.
Talk about being resilient. HR Adnan in a spot where he should not be, pretty much. Trying to stay as quiet as possible. Not even moving an inch. Not even giving a single footstep. Knows if he gives it away, position will be compromised. And the team below him is a team that not to mess around with. Doom ESP, they have been going all guns blazing yesterday. And you do not want to give them a chance to get the momentum back in their hands. So keep quiet. That's what the game plan is there for them. Team Prime, unfortunately, Mujrim goes down. And Team Prime now will need to rethink this fight out, as Rex will find another knockout. Cannot afford this one. A 2-on-3 situation. Rex doing a great job with finding these knocks somehow. Doom is separated out, though. Rex and RC Doom, you cannot move out in the open like that. Smart has a little line of sight on you if he decides to peek out and take shots. And that's what exactly happens. Doom, a little too overconfident, was moving out in the open. The rest of the two teammates now, they're going to be in a state of discomfort. Smart tosses an 8 in towards Rex. A little too on short. But the rest two players going for the res. I like what Roshan's trying to do here. Punch boosting his way around the edge lines. We'll find 2 knockouts. Susti as well will go down. Now it's all down to Amare. Rex and RC, the tables have been flipped, and how this has happened, now the tables turned as Rex and RC, they're facing the side of death this time. Amare peeking out a little bit, peeks out his head, catches a bullet right in the dome. Amare will fall back again to heal himself, patch himself back up. But Team Prime, they're looking quite unstoppable. Panda still bleeding out. Team Prime will need to make this quick. But Smart as well gets return knockout on himself. The nade was quite close. Luckily, it was not close enough. Panda still knocked out. Does hear a lot of footsteps on top of him, but he cannot do much. He's about to get bled out, and that's what exactly happens. Prime down to a two-man squad. This fight, they definitely got a lot of points, but it was not worth it because they are now just down to a two-man squad. And Amare, the final man, will just run away from this one, deciding to disengage.
Oh, you know what? I'm loving the fight just based on the fact of the name of the players. I mean, Roshan definitely Roshaned his team. Just the one-man army.
Roshaned?
You know, he stood out, basically. And, you know, the number one of the class, basically. That's what Roshan means. You're like, you're the number one. Oh, you Roshaned the class.
Oh, you mean like
how I'm looking at.
enlighten, right?
Yeah, basically, right? I mean, you're translating it. I was just talking about the language. But hey, never mind all that because we've got Doom Approach coming in to the rescue of that conversation as we've got another elimination on our screens. But hey, look at that. We've also got only 8 eliminations. We're looking at 16 teams still alive. So it is a snail's approach. But that is how it is when it comes down to the map of Miramar, and I'm liking it. I'm definitely loving it. Also, to just add on to the fact, as you were talking about it, this team of Y7, they were looking brilliant, but not for long because Team NRC's Rex Amar has just taken it all by a storm, all by his lonesome. A one-man army taking on 2 players, bringing 4 elimination points for his team. But how long is he going to be able to push on along? We shall have to see. But moving away from that fight to the doom that has been created against the players of HR, not looking good for next as to what is going to be up next for him in the forefront. Yeah, I mean forefront, back end, it's all gone.
Look at Doom, 2 players charging on in. The third player's in the back, which is Sile. Don't exactly know where the man is, but he's just tucked in the corner, trying to take him out, and finally they will, as they are able to just wipe him out, flush out of that spot too. Easily Doom doing some great work onto that player. Still a 4-man squad, not even taking a single hit from that one. The blow was delivered, but the blow was not strong enough to get the confirmation too. So Doom, they're a full-man strong squad. On the other hand, HellRaisers down to just that last man alive, Blotter Z. And considering the fact that HellRaisers, they barely qualified in the top 16, in the top 32 placement, coming inside the grand finals, I mean, this is not looking good, but Z still is able to win this duel, and this duel might just be massive. Z looking to turn things around, but this is a mission impossible. Someone needs to call Tom Cruise in here to make it happen.
I guess it's a bit too late. Or maybe not, because he is able to rescue himself and get away from that fight. So looking pretty good for his side. But look at that mini-map. We've got a vehicle moving on along right next to him. He, of course, knows that there is a team that he needs to run away from. But which side should he go? And yeah. He's doing it. He's absolutely doing it, and he's making it happen like it's easy breeze as he's moving away from the side of this team and the fight that he was a part of, moving outside the zone.
F1.
A good rotation.
Yeah, really good. Trying to avoid all sort of eyes, man.
A good lap.
Yeah, I mean, talk about social distancing. F1, great job.
Is this still a thing?
I think so, I guess, because I think so at this point it just depends on you. If you want to be, you know, social.
Come on, you're talking about Goku. Yeesh, it's not gonna happen like that, you know? It's just like he is gonna storm in and take on the compound by surprise. And I wanna say, or I don't want to say anything actually. I'm just gonna wait because it seems like HR has taken a backseat approach from this fight, and that's good. That's really good. Or maybe not. They've actually stopped their vehicles right next to the compound, and maybe they'll get some information. But before we talk about any of that fight, we've got Equinox right in front of our screens with just one elimination. Come on, Equinox. Just one elimination. They've got the information. They definitely can do better. And Grim is the one that maybe are lackluster right now in this fight.
Grim Gaming Esports against DE Gangsters. Cannot afford to go against them, man. They're the gangsters in the entire lobby. But the next circle shift, actually, it's a huge shift as well, Blotter. Just shifting away from the majority of the teams that are up north. Now we're probably going to be seeing a huge wave of vehicles moving inside the next zone. DE Gangsters. The compound was occupied. Grim Gaming, a little unaware off the fact that there might be some sight lines from the top as well. And this time it's the gods of the lobby, which is Equinox, currently ruling the overall rankings as well. And Equinox, they will be able to slip at least one elimination point easily.
Oh yeah, they'll be able to slither away, no problem at all, as they're sitting on top of that hill. They've got the information. They have not only the information, but the position as well. But we should have to see if the two-man split is going to be able to work out for them or not. But before any of that is going to happen or take place, we've got this one player. Or rather, two players is what I would say in this compound. Grim's Sujil is left all by his lonesome. Will he be able to run away? Will he be able to make a sprint? Will he be able to walk away? Will his teammates be able to give that sort of cover fire that is required for his side? Let's see. For now, of course, his teammates are right around the vicinity. It is, of course, a lot of mind games that are going to be played from both of these teams. But which one shall be the one that shall deliver? Grim trying their level best to be able to scope out how they were not able to scope out that team. Little do they know, East is on top of them.
Still, though, I mean, Equinox, they're not leaving this spot. I mean, makes a lot of sense, too. Currently, they're the Overwatch. They have a really nice high ground to play around with. Grim finally able to slip away, because East was a little busy patching himself up. And Equinox, they found a nice moment to run away from that, but the AWM is a mischievous man's gun, and he cannot really mess around with this one. As Doc, he's wielding it too in his hands, just waiting for someone to stand still, and as soon as they do, he's just gonna fire it right in his dome, and that should just crack his skull open.
Let's see. Let us see, of course. He has the information. Oh, what a perfect scope that was. Almost. Nepali 4 is not looking too good, as the way they made the rotation has given away their information towards the side of Doc. What?
Let's go! That's what I like to see. I want to see a replay of that.
That was brilliant.
I told you, he's just waiting for him to stand still. As soon as he does, the moment is right there. And it's Doom 2. These are the two Mongolian brothers just going head-to-head against each other. Blotter. An interesting collision indeed. Two of the teams that are phenomenal at their firepower. We're finally going to be seeing these two teams engage against each other as well. Doc able to open the fray up, but are they going to try to capitalize? Are they going to try to move on? That's a question we're wondering here.
On the other front of the map, we've got MAKPEN taking on some knock points. But, of course, this is the fight of this moment, of this entire map, which is all in favor of Doc. Can he get another one? He's got everything working for him. Level 3 suit and the, of course, AWM, as he said. And the sheer power, the skill. He is so brilliant, but will he be able to deliver?
It sounds so satisfying, dude. It's just like the suppressed sound, you know? Like, I cannot really try to make the suppressed sound from my, with my mouth, but damn, it sounds so satisfying. AWM and M24 are the two guns. That sounds so satisfying with a suppressor on it. And it's absolutely insane to talk about satisfying. This fight might be just one of those Dead-Ice Gangsters, or DE Gangsters, my bad, going up against the end game. PS, which are currently the second and third spot teams, and DE Gangsters seems like they're able to mow down the end game. Dead-Ice Gangsters or DE Gangsters, they're able to set up a nice trap against them. And the defensive stance from the side of DE Gangsters, it looks so well positioned as well, Blotter. And the Gangsters are able to come out on top. And it seems like this time it's not going to be the end game for them.
Wow, wow is what I'm left with, but not before long. We've got the side of Equinox taking on some plays and taking on some knocks and bringing in some elimination points against the players of ISSL. But
What?
ISSL Noob Alliance have no idea what's happening. They're getting assaulted from all angles right now, and this is not the way they wanted to deliver. But yeah, sometimes you finish pretty quick, and that is exactly what ISSL Noob is left with. Where indeed it's going to be Razor to the rescue, as we've got a 2v2 situation going on between these two teams. Which one will it be? We've got Sneaks against the Razor. For now, it seems Razor is going to be able to get a hold of...
Oh, what a nade!
Wow!
Oh, say bye-bye. But Lucifer, oh, with a nice return blotter. It's a great trade, I would say, but it's just a knockout. Still no confirmation. The fallen man can still be back up on his feet, but the damage is already dealt onto Equinox. A two-man squad. Is it just a two-man squad, or are they just pretty well spread out? But ISSL Noob, they need to realize there's another team closing in from the back as well. If you do take a look at the minimap blotter, there's another team closing in from the back, so that means the threat is not going to be neutralized, even though if he's going to be able to clutch out this fight. But unfortunately, the last man is still up from the side of ISSL. Lucifer trying to make something happen, but now he will decide to pin himself in a corner because he pretty much should have a sense that they are potentially getting third-partied.
They definitely are. For now, it seems like Lucifer is just holding on to the cause. He's trying his level best, of course, but yeah, Lucifer, you better make your will. You got a team right next to you, and that's gonna be from the side of four Nepali boys. Actually, in the mini map, we can see. Oh, talking about the mini map, look at that map shift. Look at that zone moving on along into the center. MAKPEN once again. MAKPEN, this is your play, but not long before Brilliance have something to say.
That circle shift is so cruel. I mean, it centers on up, but it's just out in the open blotter, and it's a complete high ground. I mean, it's pretty much on top, but the ground is not flat. It has a little bit of ridges here and there, so you never know where it's going to be. It's going to be so tough, man. Let me tell you, there's going to be sight lines all across the board. It's going to be so tough to navigate around.
Oh, that airdrop and that perfect play coming in from the director's side. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be the drop that will make this game into a different factor. Fourth airdrop.
Imagine, as casters, we could actually control the game too. Like, for example, we want the circle to shift. Like, we have a device, and if we want the circle to shift in this way, we will click on that. Imagine, that would be so cool, man.
That would be.
Do that.
But, yeah, of course. I mean, we've already got, different lobbies and servers created for that. But, yeah, it just kind of spoils the game, of course, right? I mean, it all boils down to who's this admin? Who is the one?
Yeah, the fans will just rage against us if their team doesn't win. Yeah, but it'll definitely be a little cool concept, you know, if there's just like some nice, like, fun events. It can definitely be a concept that can be applied on in that event. But for now, it's ISSL Noob Alliance. Unfortunately, the shot getting graded by the four Nepali boys, and Lucifer, the last glimmer of hope as well, getting eliminated doing so. The Gangsters will not so be far behind. They will be following it up too when it comes to the eliminations. But look at Doom Esports, surrounded by Equinox, two counterparts, two brothers against each other this time, but the nade! Such a perfection right from the side of Equinox, and this time it's going to be East, tossing in that nade right onto Kaze, one of the players who's currently in the elimination leaders blotter.
We've got 8 teams remaining. We've got a lot of fights taking place all across the board. Brilliance trying their level best with a 3-man army with 4 elimination points already confirmed for their side. It's sitting on the east or western edge of this zone. They are absolutely annihilating whatever comes into their scopes, and that is exactly what we need to see. Devil Boy, as he is bringing a lot of numbers to his name. But hey, as soon as you do that, you know for a fact that you're giving away your information, you're giving away your position, and there will be a team right around in the corner. As they took on fight against Flame 5, they've got F1 to take care of F1 did get a shutdown, but Joker, he is a resilient one. He's not going to stop.
Oh, that nade
What
throw
a
was actually
play.
so good. I mean, even though it didn't connect, ladies and gentlemen, but you're talking about the accuracy. He wanted it to land right
Exactly.
inside that door, and it was so accurate. I don't understand it didn't connect, but as I said, we're talking about the accuracy, and it's absolutely
It's about reading the
impressive.
game.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
about
so
reading the
impressive.
game, and he read it so perfectly. He knew he was at a back angle. He knew for a fight that will not go in his favor. He had to stop as he got his teammate up to revival status. And as soon as he did that, he, of course, went on along to cover. And that was the perfect utility utilization. Sadly, we did not see an elimination from that perfectly set up nade. On the other front, as we move on through to the 7 teams, we've got F1 Goku, who has just been revived and now is moving on to get into the zone out in the open. But will that be enough? No is the answer coming in from MAKPEN as they absolutely deliver a perfectly set up lead against the head of that player. But F1, they're still not yet done. They've got still an opportunity and options available. As you were talking about it, Necro, we've got some ridges, we've got some hills in this open zone.
Oh my god, this man is a maniac. What is that driving, dude? You gotta be scared of someone at least. Power Brilliance. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was not a brilliant move, but it worked out, so I would still call it brilliant anyways. It worked out. As long as it works out, you can keep doing it. But Flames won, unfortunately. Doing so, pulling that move off. Power Brilliance position also got compromised, and that's why now you see Devil Boy getting knocked out. That aggressive position was definitely taken, but not for long. He instantly got bombarded by a lot of nades, and also a lot of sightlines were locked onto him. Now you have GOZA too, doing a great job of survival actually today. Even in the previous game, GOZA got second placement point, and that's impressive.
It definitely is, but this game is still not yet done. F1 trying their level best to make that rotation work for themselves, but MAKPEN know exactly where they're coming from, and that indeed is the back fault for F1 because MAKPEN is ready. They are assaulting the side of F1 right now, where indeed Flames, they have no way to go but straight forward, and as they do, MAKPEN is going to be there to stop them in their tracks. With that, we've got 3 teams remaining, and what a brilliant play from MAKPEN. I was talking about it. MAKPEN, you better be able to deliver. A team joining us, looking really good all the way from Bhutan. You better be able to deliver this play, but they're not in the zone. The zone is in the center. All these teams, in fact, are out in the open, waiting for the blues. Which team will get that first knock? We shall have to see. For now, it seems like GOZA and MAKPEN have a thing going on for themselves. And in the minimap on the top right, we can see that there is that third team. And that third team is kind of spread. We've got 2-man army coming in from that third team. And yeah, that's going to be none other than 4 Nepali boys. So looking pretty comfortable for them if they're able to play their cards right. Also, if GOZA as well as MAKPEN take this fight all by their loans.
GOZA eSports, 4 Nepali boys. Look at the spread they have. A nice spread between these two. Mango as well, keeping his position anonymous, but the other player has just revealed it too. Joker's quite low, cannot really afford to peek out like that. M249 in the hands of Gotson. So the magazine is something he is not going to be worried about anytime soon of running away, but the accuracy is definitely in that range. The accuracy is not going to be that good, but Gotson, as long as he's able to find that knock, that's going to be something really good, but he should have at least waited a bit more. He did get a knock, that should have bought him enough time, but he just instantly stepped out in the open while the rest of the players still had the sightlines onto him, as you do have MAKPEN tossing in some utilities in the front. GOZA as well in the receiving end. MAKPEN doing a great job keeping GOZA off at bay, but GOZA's one player is still up, and that will be the saving grace.
Pelzong, you've got no idea what you're doing right now. Waiting around behind that compound is absolutely not the way to play right now. But of course, he has no idea that the side of GOZA is just waiting for that exact same moment to be able to get that revival. And the revival has been confirmed coming in from the side of Joker, as Joker is going to be ready. But MAKPEN's Pelzong with the UMP is going to be pushing on along to get that perfectly set up burst. And in doing so, GOZA has been brought down once again to a 2-man army. And not long before, if only he can set up his utilities right now, that would be the end of GOZA. And who gets the better half? Well, none other than the final player coming in from 4 Nepali boys. Mango, you've got it, mate.
MAKPEN, look at him, the MP. Indeed, dishing out quite a lot of damage. Last man up, he's fighting back strong, and he does! He's able to give him quite a strong fight. Brilliant Polyboy is finally eliminated. The last man is still up. How is this possible? And eventually he will crumble down, but still a valiant effort from the last hope of GOZA ESports. But he will crumble down because the players are too many to take care of. But as I said, a valiant effort. MAKPEN, a huge shift in the tights for them, catapulting themselves all the way in the top 5 of the overall rankings. Blotter, did we expect this? No!
Nope. Nope.
Absolutely crazy, man. I mean, MAKPEN just showing themselves up with 10 elimination points, and it's like the game was well balanced too. 10 elimination points, 15 chicken dinner points, which is pretty much total of 25 points in total, and then you have total damage of 1,990, almost 2,000 damage dealt by the entire team. But valiant effort, even from the side of GOZA. I'm not gonna lie, GOZA, even though they're not really getting a chicken dinner in their hands so far, but they're still able to establish. What do you say? They're still able to establish those placement points. They're still able to come up consistently, at least in the first 2 game of the day.
True, that is very true indeed, and that is something that we were waiting for. In fact, not only us, but the fans, I'm sure, were waiting for exactly that as well. When it comes down to the way the MAKPEN team played, that was sheer brilliance. The way the zone actually helped them out a little bit, but then again, I mean, it's not only always about the zone helping you out, you have to be able to capitalize on that situation, and MAKPEN did it so gracefully, with all 4 players still standing, moving on along, with a decent pace, getting those elimination points, getting the information. They were all over and getting those numbers working for their side. But is it a bit too late? Because again, this is a team that we're looking at sitting on the second page. Yeah, it's still up for debates as to what team will it be in the end. But for now, MAKPEN looking really fantabulous in terms of that play with 10 elimination points. Ooh-wee. That was a good play.
Indeed, a crazy stuff, man. Indeed, well played from their side. MAKPEN, this is something none of us expected coming inside this one, because in top 32 as well, they looked quite shaky, Blotter. But this sort of a performance on the final day is really needed. And as I said, I was talking about this since yesterday, how fragile the top 8 is looking like, and this is the prime example of that. It's so sensitive, it's so fragile. One single good game will just catapult you to the top 5. Let's take a look at the MVP of the previous game. Who's going to be the man of the hour? Let's find out in a couple of seconds, and it's going to be Fist Boy from the side of Doom Esports. Doom Esports, again, showing themselves up when it comes to the elimination bracket, but the placement points lacking again, Blotter. Any tips for them?
Be the Doom you were made to be. I mean, you asked me for for a tip, and that's all I've got.
Okay.
Because they're doing pretty good. I mean, compared to yesterday and today, I know, combined, they're doing pretty good. I mean, yeah, nothing taken away from the side of this Mongolian team, but overall, I think they're still just holding themselves a little back. But again, you cannot say that looking at what we've got. Fist Boy fisting his way through with 6 eliminations. Come on. I mean, you just cannot, you cannot just point it out and be like, this team is not doing great. There is no way that you can say something that is going to be able to help the team out, because they have been on the high horse since the start of day 1 itself.
Yeah, Fist Boy doing a really good job indeed, Blotter. And MAKPEN as well as right there, Pelzang himself showing himself up from the side of MAKPEN. Equinox as well. Kenzaz, as always, this man has to be there, man. Kenzaz is just such a key and an instrumental player when it comes to Equinox. He's a player that brings Equinox together. He's like the lifeline. He's like the heart of Equinox. Moving on over to Manny Cog as well, as you have 3 eliminations from that man. Lucifer as well, getting 2 eliminations. Let's move on to the match summary, and let's find out how that looked like, because I'm pretty sure this is something that you really wanted to see. Grenade eliminations a little bit up, but I'm pretty sure still not to Blotter's liking.
Yeah, because again, I mean, I've been pointing it out since day 1, and that was just yesterday. So we're only looking at just a 2-day affair, where yesterday, the final game, is where we saw some vehicle eliminations. But overall, when it comes down to day number 2, it is looking like an aggressive approach coming in from the teams, which I'm loving. Look at that longest elimination, 326 meters. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a deep play coming in from the side of that play. But overall, when it comes down to the play that was made from these teams, it is all going to be dictated as to how the match ranking is going to be, how the overall ranking and the storyboard is going to be dictating the entire storyboard. As of now, we've got MAKPEN looking wonderful with 10 eliminations, 15 points based on that chicken dinner. And look at Doom Esports, 8 eliminations with only 1 placement point. Like I said, there's nothing that you can say that will make this team better, because 8 eliminations with 1 placement. Yeah, that's it. They've just written down their cards.
They indeed have. And then you take a look at the second page of the match ranking this time. Let's find out how the second page is looking like, because I'm pretty sure we're also going to be able to see some quite well-known names here. And yes, this is what I said. The end game at PS. What's going on with the end game, Blotter? Day 1 was phenomenal, but day 2, they're struggling. And this in itself just shows the amount of practice, the amount of homework the rest of the teams have done to counter not just end game, but also to level their game up. And this is why the end game now are struggling. The end game will need to try something new. They will need to whip out a new strategy from there, as I even was pointing it out yesterday. If plan A is not working anymore, go for the plan B, because that's the only way you can either try and do something. But the end game after this sort of a game as well, again, replicating what they did in the past, they cannot really keep on doing the same thing. Let's move on over and take a look at another graphic, because the end game, I'm definitely quite disappointed with the way they're doing. And even in the damage graph, we just don't see end game anywhere close. I mean, I understand when it comes to the elimination, that's not how the end game likes to play it, but they're just not doing good even in the brackets of placement.
Yeah. It's just not long enough, mate. It's just not working out for them. It's just something that they're not able to capitalize upon. And that is something that will definitely haunt them. But hey, we've still got 3 games remaining, so there's still an option and an opportunity for the side of the end game team to be able to end the story card for them. But on the other front, one team that I did want to mention when it came down to that match ranking was F1. I mean, this team, they're on a rock solid start for day number 2.
Yeah, they are. They indeed are. And F1, they need to keep it going. But again, we talked about this, Blotter. Teams like this, they really do struggle with consistency. And just having 1 game under your belt or 2 games under your belt is not going to cut it, because the top 3, it's quite sensitive. Even though you have found yourself in the top 8, you still will need to keep on consistently moving on forward if you do care about that prize pool.
Hey, and I really want to say that they are. They definitely are. I mean, if viewers joined us yesterday, you would remember that when it came down to the first 4, we were looking at like a completely different game coming in from their side, as we were looking at 60-60 plus. And then moving on from the 5th to the 8th spot, we had a 20-25 point difference coming in from their side. So that has been taken care of. Now it's only a 1 point difference between the 4th and the 5th team. So the lobby is getting aggressive. The lobby is definitely trying to dominate. But which team will be able to push on to take that aggressive stance that Equinox had yesterday, as well as they're trying today?
Exactly. I mean, you talked about the aggressive stance, but now let's take a look at the next page, Blotter, because this time we're going to be looking at the upsets so far, or the teams that are not really able to do that great. For Nepali boys, able to bounce back a little bit, baby steps from their side, but this is not the time to take baby steps. This is the time to take big steps, and this is the time to catapult yourself all the way up to the top in the overall ranking. So baby steps are not going to work because you don't have a lot more games left in your hands anymore. 4 more games to go. I don't know how they're going to try to pull it off, especially Grim Gaming Esports. Something needs to be done here. 4 more games, ladies and gentlemen. It's not that hard to get yourself in the top 8 if you are going to have a big game. As you do take a look at the schedule, so now we're going to be moving on over to Erangel.
Oh, yes, we are. 3rd game of the day, the second last Erangel of the day. This is the moment that I'm sure a lot of these teams were hoping to try and recover their lost plays and lost points. But is it a bit too late? Is it all done for? We shall have to see, because Erangel till now has been a bit of a ups and downs story compared to what day 1 brought in and day 2 is bringing to the table. Yeah, there's still a lot of opportunity for so many of these teams to be able to make that sort of a dominating play. But yeah, few teams that do stand out, you need to stop them in their tracks. And that's going to be very blunt and honest, Equinox, ISSL looking very comfortable in terms of the way that they're approaching the map of Erangel.
I mean, the approach is definitely okay. Look, Blotter, this is where we really go back to the basics now, because Erangel is a map that everyone is pretty much well familiar with. Everyone knows the nooks and crannies of Erangel, and to formulate a strategy around Erangel, it's not to be that hard. But Erangel is that type of map. If you're playing in a lobby, you really need to study on the teams that you're going to be playing against, and then maybe formulate a way how you're going to be rotating out of that tricky spots. That's pretty much how you're going to be able to do. But if there are some teams that are going to be crossing your way, or unfortunately, if you're going to be running into a team, which sometimes a lot of unfortunate circumstances do come through, there's a lot of random nature as well that game throws onto you. This is where your survival instincts, and this is where you really need to rely heavily on your gun power. And are you able to do that well?
Indeed.
If you are going to be able to do that well, that means you are one of the good teams. If you're not, then you still need a little bit of more research. You still need a little bit of more homework, and you need to hit the range as well. But I'm not here to criticize the team. Every single team in here is doing a great job. And hopefully, even if they're not really able to get anything out of this one, hopefully I'm going to be seeing them back in the future and keep trying, because never give up, ladies and gentlemen. A big advice.
True, that is true.
Yeah,
it's a big advice. It's a good advice indeed. And just to move on along with that conversation, I'd say let's have a look at what Erangel has to offer. This is the second Erangel of the day, the third game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, the flight path on our screens, minute base, nowhere to be seen. As we start off from the eastern front, from Milton Power, all the way down towards us, north towards Zorki. So this is looking pretty good. I mean, they've got escort helicopters. This is just perfect, you know. Everything should be working out for these teams. But hey, that's not how the game is going to be played. That's not what the battleground is going to be offering to these teams, because it is absolute annihilation that we want to be able to see.
Damn, Blotter, you want to see annihilation? You want to see an absolute slaughter right off the bat?
I do. I definitely do. I want to be able to see some teams, you know, really... As we were talking about yesterday, I mean, this is game number 3. Yesterday, game number 3, we were talking about, all right, you know, it's okay. They need to have a little bit of an understanding what they're playing against, and yada, yada, yada. But now, after having played, 7 games? Yeah, they better be able to deliver.
Hopefully, they're going to be able to deliver. I mean, I pretty much know, Blotter. I know that you're a man of aggression too. Come on. I mean... Listen, I don't know if you are into a lot of Zodiacs.
You see, there's a difference, you know, passionate aggression and aggression. There's a little bit of difference in there. You got to be passionate about the aggressive approach that you're going to be able to bring in.
I love all sorts of
just aggressive, yeah, it's... Oh, let's hit it from you.
I mean, who doesn't, man? Come on. You know what I'm saying? It just gives you so much of an adrenaline rush and stuff. It's great, you know?
And stuff, he says.
Equinox just firing off.
I'm sorry, I put you on the spot.
We're not able to land any, but the player's going to be able to move away from that one. But yeah, Equinox somehow. Again, I mean, they're just able to get the guns in their hands, and somehow the confidence that this team have, man, they're just not scared of fighting. And makes sense too, Blotter. They currently have a really nice cushion. They have 107 points. They're right above DE Gangsters, and DE Gangsters only have 80, or which is 79 points accumulated on their side. So they have a nice little safety cushion they can rely on. So Equinox, they can go all gun blazing if they want.
I believe they definitely can, and I think they're trying to. It's just they're being cautious about it, because they know what's up at stake, right? And so do the other teams as well. And look at Rex and RC. They were just driving towards the exact same area that the team was in, that we were just talking about, that was going to be Equinox, and thankfully they did not. Because they have no utility, they've got no loot, and Rex and RC, I mean, yeah, they're playing it YOLO approach. Let's see how it goes, sort of a play. Let's see where exactly are we going to be finding the best loot, where indeed I can very well say the loot that they're going to be working towards, yeah, the area that they're in are not looking too good, but I'm sure they've got a plan.
Hopefully they have, man. Look, if you're going to be playing at this type of level, you've got to have a plan, and you have to have a plan. But if it doesn't work out, then what do you rely on? It's the plan C, as I said. But now, as we do have Rex and RC, previous game was something that was quite hurtful for them. So Rex and RC, they will try to pull off something in this one. For Nepali boys too, not really having that great of a start, but slowly and steadily, as I said, the baby steps are being seen in the overall rankings, but the baby steps are not going to be enough. For Nepali boys, need a massive chicken dinner. They did get one yesterday in Sandhawk, but they will at least need to have some consistency in the other map too.
Of course, I mean, from the side of 4 Nepali boys, like you said, they've had a decent pace when it came down to day number 1 coming to an end. For now, they just need to get up on that play as well, once again, to be able to dominate. And this being the final day, this being game number 3, with only 2 games remaining for the day, of the entire league itself, of the entire tournament itself, I think they've missed the mark, is what I want to say. But hey, it's not too late. I don't want to call them out like that, because they did showcase some brilliant plays coming in from their side. They did showcase some perfect opportunistic plays, in fact, where they were able to read the lobby and work it out in their favor.
Read the lobby. I mean, you had your time to read the lobby, right? And so far, the homeworks are working. But what if a team throws a curveball? What if a team has 2 strats ready and they just pull off another strat too? That's some time when your homework will kind of struggle. And that's when you will need to have a little adaptive nature. I'm not going to lie, every single team in here needs to develop a sense of adaptation, because, as I said, the game throws a lot of randomness in front of you, and how are you going to be able to overcome? This is what you learn from some of the top teams currently, for example, DE Gangsters. I'm not really going to bring up the name of Equinox, because Equinox, there's just firepower is just so really good that Equinox, no matter, even if a random situation is thrown on top of them, they will just get out of that sure firepower. Power Brilliance, one of those teams.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All the way in Pachinki, have a really good spot to play around. So Power Brilliance, again, they start off in quite a centralized spot on the map of Erangel. Rotating out from that shouldn't really be that tough of a task unless you're surrounded by teams. But again, Pachinki is covered by quite a lot of open areas, so it's going to be quite tough to expect a team around. On the other hand, you have Flames 1 Goku. Yeah, as you brought him up too in the past, Goku has been doing a great job with the entire squad of Flames 1, but is that enough? We'll only be able to find out after this game, Blotter.
Yeah, I question that as well. I would say it's a bit too late, but again, I'm no person to question anything, because they're so much better than me. So I'm sure F1 still have an opportunity to be able to just revive themselves back up in the overall storyboard. For now, though, things not looking good for their side. On the other front, on the absolute other front, is going to be the side of Doom Esports, who have been retaliating, who have been resilient, who have been annihilating all the teams that they go on across. But today, we're still definitely waiting for that sort of a play coming in from their side. Yesterday, on game number 3, we saw them with 14 eliminations with a chicken dinner. So you know what? I mean, they've caused this curse for themselves, is what I would say. I mean, if they did that and then they walk away with, 2 eliminations, it's just going to be like, all right.
Did you see at F1 in the kill feed? I think so one of the players just fell to his death. But yeah, on the other hand, MAKPEN, though, having a great game in the previous one, but this time making quite a lot of mistakes, too. They could have almost caught a knockout. Momo was in the receiving end, was taken down solo. Pelzang is still in the clotheslines. Sujil exactly knows where he is, too. The nade's tossed in, but not going to be close enough. Did dish out quite a lot of damage. One more nade falling the same trail should do it. Tossed in, too. Not going to be close enough this time. Pelzang will be in the safer sides. Did patch himself up in the nick of time, too. Had a med kit to patch himself up, so that's why the HP is back to full again, instead of being at 70% with a normal first aid kit. But MAKPEN, look, oh, the natives are so close. Pelzang is just hugging the rock right now. Will boost himself up too to now topple the HP. But Pelzang, oh, this is getting just way too close for comfort, Blotter.
Sujil, he has no idea the amount of damage and the amount of sheer brilliant play that he was able to showcase right here, because he of course did not get that information, but MAKPEN know exactly where he's at as this team pushes on along against the players of Grim Gaming. Sujil and his teammates better be ready, because MAKPEN have made it across that LOC, and for now it is all going to be dominated based on how they're going to be able to push to get that opening for themselves against the players of Grim Gaming once again. Now Sujil is still sticking to that same, oh, thankfully he did drop down. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Like, you do not want to be sticking at that same exact position. You want to be able to cover different angles, and that's what Sujil is going to be working towards, to be able to help out his teammates. But MAKPEN, I mean, they are the wise ones as well, because they are creating that flank angle, and so is Grim Gaming as well. What a perfect mind play game is what this fight is going to turn out to be. But F1, we did see them in the back lines. They were on top of that hill. Can they deliver? Can they bring in a crazy third party against these two teams?
It's going to be tough, man. MAKPEN in a really open situation. You never know where there's going to be team crashing up from the back too. A little line of sight from the hill can just change the entire course for MAKPEN. And yeah, a really good decision, I would say. MAKPEN realized the position they were in is not something they can rely on. So disengaging from that one is one of the most mature choices you can make in the entire game so far. And that's what MAKPEN are doing. Grim Gaming Esports, though, on the other hand, they have a decent spot in the entire zone for themselves, so they're looking quite good. AUG, the airdrop one's going to be on the board as well, ladies and gentlemen, with a little bit of upgrades if teams do want to go for it.
They've got it right there. That is true. But in the mini-map, we can see that there's no team. There's absolutely no team. On PUBG God. This is just perfect mind game that they love to play, right? It's out in the open.
Yeah.
They've got a little bit of cover with a tractor. But is that enough to lure a team to go out in the open to get that without them knowing what's going to be in there? Yeah, that's the reason why we end up seeing only one or two airdrops being looted. Apart from that, all the teams are just comfortable with their drop locations to get the best level 3 and level 2 suits for themselves. For now, as we move on across with the fights, we've got Grim Gaming on our screens as they try and make this rotation away from the fight that they were part of towards another one. And Rex and RC, Amar, what are you doing, mate? Alright, thankfully. Alright, he was just bullying. Look at that. He was just bullying the team to not be a part of the open fields. That is amazing to witness right there, where his teammates in the main map, we can clearly see, are just stuck behind those bales.
Blotter, you know, we asked about everyone what sort of a day they had. What about you, Blotter? How was your day today?
Let's not move into that, mate, because it has been horrendous. It has been absolutely horrendous.
Damn, so you're having a bad day today?
Hey.
Are you gonna cry?
Wait. Are we supposed to cry?
I mean, if
it wasn't in the dry run mark sheet, so I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, that was not a cry, man. That was not.
See, you asking for cringy moments, so I'm giving you one because there's nothing happening on the map. So I'm just like, all right, man, I'm gonna carry on and long.
Bro, have you seen one of those videos that they're trying to make it funny and they're trying to do a ghost cosplay and they're trying to scare someone? They're like, "Ooh, I'm a ghost." That's what it literally felt like, Blotter.
And that's exactly what it was, and you laughed your ass off, and that's exactly what it was about. I should not do. You see exactly what you're doing? You're getting me off my rockers, mate. I'm sitting right here in the center looking at this team getting into the fist of the first perfect place, which is going to be Fistbone, getting right there in the center. Look at that. Doom making an entry into the zone along with that. Grim getting grimmed out thanks to, of course, DE Gangsters.
You're one of those budget ghosts in the movie.
Ain't that fair? Viewers, what do you think?
It's
You had a laugh. You had a fun time. It's a Sunday night, you know. We're all chilling. We're all enjoying.
Yeah, not
What do
bad,
you
I
think,
guess. Not
viewers?
bad, not bad. Pretty good acting, I would say. I would give it a solid 2 out of 10. But yeah, Flames won in front of us. And Flames won just mowing down the players in the front. Actually, Flames won the whole they have currently on top of the hill. Pretty well settled defense, I would say, from them.
True. I'd agree. I definitely agree. I mean, they were spot on in terms of getting that auditory information, and once they did, they knew exactly where to place their crosses, and they were very quick about that as well. And not only that, you know what, talking about the side of F1, they have had a brilliant play on day number 2. Day number 1, yeah, it was a shaky start, not gonna lie for sure, but overall, yeah, it's looking pretty good for their side. But yeah, you always have to raise up the question, right? We've only got 10 games in total. We're looking at this being the 7th game of the entire play. So is it a bit too late? Same can be said for the side of Team Time as well. But they're doing pretty brilliant on day number 2. So yeah, there's still an opportunity, as we saw on the overall leaderboard. The points are getting closer. You know, there's not that big a difference. So
Yeah.
some good games, like 2-3 good games, and you could very well find yourself in the top 8 to the top 5.
Good games is indeed, I mean, all you need, but man, how are they going to? As I said, lobby as well, it's toughened up, I would say. The level has definitely increased compared to yesterday, how the lobby was, and today, the teams came in well prepared, and now that's why you're seeing a lot of upsets. For example, the team that we were seeing, the end game, in the first 2 games, they're not really able to show themselves up. This is currently the 3rd game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and you only have 2 more games after this. So this game is going to matter a lot for them. This game should just show their lifeline in the entire tournament.
Absolutely, and on the other front, of course, of the conversation is going to be the side of Roar Soldiers, a team that are trying, but sitting on that 16th, 15th position is definitely not working for them. And look at this, I mean, the synergy is just all over the board. One player has already moved in, they know that they've lost him to the cause, second player moves in along just to be the bait and give away the point, and in doing so, by 7 were not that smart as well, as F1 got the better half of that fight, as they were able to steal away a point, and elimination maybe will be confirmed. We shall have to see in the kill feed, but Roar are not yet done with what a play that they've been able to play against the players of Equinox, where one player from Equinox has been dropped down, but elimination point has not yet been confirmed. Now it's all down between Brilliance and Equinox. Brilliance and Roar. My apologies, I'm Mr. Savage. Trying their best to take on those players, and what a domination. You know what? From the side of Roar, I have to point out, Mr. Savage has been a part of the limelight so many a times, as he's held himself to the cause, but HR.
Yeah, I mean, straight going to get down with the UFP, but unfortunately, Doom steps in the crossfire and straight up just walks into the line of fire of that player, but Doom, they're still able to come back pretty strong in this one, but Sal moves out in the open. He's catching a lot of hurt too, doing so. Lucifer, again, the last man alive from ISSL. Noob trying to replicate what he did in the past as well, but Lucifer this time, it seems like the chances of escape are quite low, but no, instead he will take the fight to Doom, and he will find the opening as well. Sal goes down, now it's down to a one-on-one situation. The Maxine's quite huge in the M249, so Akaze is just going to keep on mowing the shots down as long as he's able to find some connections. Lucifer, a nice disengage from his side, will disengage himself up. Smoke tossed in the front, or no, it's Christ, that's a nade. Hoping that maybe Lucifer will peek out from that window, but that was not the case. Lucifer as well, keeping a safe distance, realizes the fact that there might be some nades coming in. Lucifer playing this one out quite well. He should realize at this point in time the res is probably being stuck, but Lucifer does not want to go for any sort of risky play spotter.
True, absolutely, and they should not as well, of course, because after all, when it comes down to the way that the fight and the game and the day is turning out to be, all these teams that were like kind of low-key sleeping yesterday are looking pretty good. In fact, I mean they've woken up, and they're bringing in a bit of the kind of play that the view is also anticipated, you know? The teams and the fans want to be able to just be a part of those fights. And this is exactly what they were waiting for. But Doom, down to a 2-man squad. Will they be able to recreate what they did yesterday? It seems like maybe not, is what I want to say. But what do you think, mate?
I feel like Doom, they're definitely able to do so. We did see some glimmers of that, yes, in that previous game of Miramar.
True that, yeah.
So it shouldn't be tough for them to acquire these elimination points. And Doom, we've seen them, as I mentioned over and over again, we've seen them do this in the past as well. MAKPEN, though, all on the receiving end, having a great past game. MAKPEN this time, they're struggling quite a lot in Wrangle water again.
You know what, talking about Caster's Curse, MAKPEN is going to be a team that I'm not entirely sure if they are under the Caster's Curse or over the Caster's Curse, but whatever it is,
Over.
I honestly anticipated, yeah, I think they're over, because we haven't really spoken about them that much. We haven't really pointed them and casted them out that much. And no matter what we talk about that side of that team, it is a bit of a slow pace coming in from that team, where indeed, like I was going to say, I anticipated a lot more. But yeah, that's how the cookies crumbled against them. But on the other front, Team Prime, hey, look at that perfect switch. From down to the ups, we've got Team Prime. That has absolutely been phenomenal. Look into the perfect all-on-5 play as well in the kill feed. Taking on MAKPEN. Oh, wow. Across the school. This is them schooling MAKPEN as to what they should be doing. And yeah, MAKPEN are none the wiser.
Talk about schooling, I mean, indeed, they're looking quite phenomenal so far. Fallen 5, though. Oh, look at the teams. Look at the amount of teams that are just stuck out in the open. They have the defense to play around with, but Equinox, on the other hand, they're somehow able to sneak in some sight lines of the players of Grim. Sujil knocked out, going for the confirmation, too, tapping away. Will get one, has a little pixel, sees it, just waiting for the shots to hit, but eventually he should run out of blood, too. And he should be able to get confirmed for Equinox. Because we do have Equinox, 3 players still up. I mean, that's not going to be a concern for me at all, because we saw in the first game what they did.
Of course, as we look at this Equinox fight taken on with the 3-man army against that players that are all set up from the side of 4 Nepali boys in the compound, and this team being out in the open, they're utilizing those vehicles like a perfect magnet for the side of, well, alright, we've got Rex as well. So Equinox not having a good side of this fight. They've got 2 to 3 teams right on top of their position, and information has been relayed. But will Equinox be able to retaliate? Will they be able to walk away with points for themselves against these teams? On the other front is going to be Fallen 5, as they have fallen. We've got Pirate Zord, who has been dropped down to the cause across the apartments of school. As we move back down to the side of Rex and RC. Once again, these teams that we're talking about, they're all out in the open. They're all away from the zone.
They are, actually. Rex and RC just jumping around, trying to scout the areas. We'll spot out at the players in the front. Equinox just mowing the fields. It's able to blow the vehicle up, but Doc now moving on close. F1-2 right there. Team Prime as well this time on the receiving end. Equinox, unfortunately, down to a 2-man squad. Now my concerns are definitely raised as we have MAKPEN against the players of Fallen 5. MAKPEN 3-on-3 situation. MAKPEN in the lower side. Fallen 5 having a little upper edge over them. But the upper edge inside a building won't really matter unless MAKPEN makes some griffin mistakes. Pelzang almost on the verge of making that mistake, and that's what exactly happens. Danae sneaks in inside the window, or inside the door, and finds 2 knockouts. A big nade from the side of Pirate Zod. Big nade just saying hello to those 2 players while we have Rex and RC trying to breach in inside the next zone. So we have their team in the front still. Grim, they're alive somehow. Rex and RC, nice confirmation. Fallen 5 easily out from the game. Doom as well will follow it up, but this time not a lot of points. Blotter, only 5 elimination points. That's something they cannot really work with. Flame F1 just straight up ramming their vehicles on the shack. Do realize this time they won't really have a lot of time to move in. As much as time you're going to waste, you won't have enough time to just move on in. The Wall of Death as well this time is going to do so much damage. It's going to be hard for that man to withstand it. Flames one moving on in, slowly and steadily, but unfortunately they have to cross through open fields. 4 Nepali boys pinning them down. A lot of pressure on Flames F1, and same thing goes with 4 Nepali boys.
Absolutely, with 16 remaining, this is an equal side conversation where indeed this could go either way, but we shall have to see which side is going to be able to crumble and which side will be able to take the better half of this entire 2-day affair. One not looking too good, as they have been caught out in the open with a, well, smaller shot not looking for them. The end game, I'm just going to point that out. The end game are missing, but not for long, because they jump in with a perfect rescue to their cause and their name as they bring in 7 defeats. 7 defeats is what is 8. In fact, correction is going to be what? Wow, they're not yet done. But hey, Rex and RC looking pretty good.
I mean, Team Endgame really needed this, Blotter. They really desperately needed this because they were slipping away from the top 5, but this one should bring a lifeline back again. Should get the blood pumping, should get the blood flowing as well. Cyclone from the side of GOZA will return the favors against the players of the Endgame, but it's not going to be more than enough to stop the wave that the Endgame is bringing on this entire lobby. GOZA will get the confirmation flowing too. Cyclone doing a great job keeping those players down. Lakshay, or Lakke YT, has went down. Cyclone sticking the raise on the fallen man. The end game with 2 players up. It should be a 3-on-2 battle between GOZA and the end game. But Rex and RC, he knows that GOZA has their backs turned onto him. So Rex and RC might just be the spoiler of this entire lobby, Blotter.
Oh, this could be the one. This could definitely be the one where indeed the end game are going to be just completely causing chaos in this attack.
No, that was your glimmer of hope. You should not have killed him. The end game just eliminating that player in the back. Rex and RC taken out. Now the end game has to cross through the open fields, and that's what they're exactly doing. Unfortunately, though, fortunately, they have some smoke grenades to cover them on the way in. Tossing in some nade, artificial red zone being made from their side. An insane artillery strike coming in, and there we go. Finally, Cool will find a knockout. Another one should be flowing through. A lot of damage dished out. GOZA, they're crumbling down under the pressure. They're being cracked open. Cyclone, the last man alive. Cyclone indeed has the caliber to pull something off like this. But the Wall of Death is moving in too from the back. A lot of pressure to handle. Cyclone cannot do it. And yes, there you go. Cyclone will eventually fall down. The end game PS really needed this on a desperate time, and they get it too.
And they do it in style indeed. With that, they've got the chicken dinner working for themselves with 12 eliminations. That's the way to go. With the gems working for them, the end game is absolutely in favor for the side of this team, where indeed they did get chicken dinners, not one but twice yesterday. This is going to be the 3rd one, moving them up all the way to the 2nd position in the overall rank. And well, they are bringing up those numbers.
They indeed are bringing up those numbers, Blotter. I mean, 12 eliminations, 27 points, 2,050. Really needed this. And Blotter, this changed the entire eyesight that we had. This changes the entire image that we had of the end game. I mean, we thought the end game likes to play that survival game. They like to be more mature. They don't really like to take a lot of fights. But with those 12 eliminations, the end game proved us wrong. They were like, all right, you guys thought we were just good at the survival instinct of the game. No. We are also capable of the stones we have to throw them at the people.
Exactly, and they did that in style. And in doing so, let's have a look at which player was it that was just absolutely ludicrously in style all across the board. And that is going to be once again a player coming in all the way from the end game, ripping across the souls of the lobby. 7 eliminations.
Yeah.
7 eliminations. That is a ludicrous play coming in the final play of this day. But again, this is not the final game. So yeah, they've still got opportunity to be able to make it all the way into the top 3.
But yeah, Kree, man. Kree, a great performance from this man with 7 eliminations. 1,147 damage dealt, 24-31 survival time, 3 assists, 5 knockouts. Kree doing a great job. Also got a little bit of steals here and there, but it's okay. You know, in the game of PUBG, it's all fair and all valid. Let's take a look at the top players, ladies and gentlemen, and let's find out who are going to be the top players of that previous game. As we do have, of course, Kree coming in from the side of TEG. Then you also have Rex and RC. Rex and RC, one of the players from that team as well. Amare coming in with 4 eliminations. Then you have Cool PS2 with 4. Then you have Doc as well with 2. And then you have Cyclone as well with 2.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, it was a close game, of course. When it comes to the map of Erangel, we know for a fact it is always going to be a ludicrous ride, and this time around it is all going to be favoring, thanks to the play coming in to Rip, of course, from the side of the end game play. But we've still got 2 games remaining. We have to still see which team will it be that will get the better half of Sandhawk. But for now, as we move across through the stats, we've got the match summary that will be displayed, and well, all right. So the teams are being a lot more cautious in terms of their play. The teams are wanting to annihilate what they see and not just focus on what they hear, which is a good thing, which is definitely a good thing. Thus, we've only got 3 great grenade eliminations, 57 eliminations, and 0 vehicle kills. So,
Longest eliminations.
yeah.
Right there, 301 meters. That's quite cool. Yeah, 57 eliminations, 2 from the lobby with knocks of 67. Quite cool. As we have 2 airdrops looted in the previous one, but still did not see that AWM in that last game. But it's okay. We have 27 assists in total, Blotter, in that previous one, and vehicle elimination 0. No one got ran over by the vehicle, so at least I would call it a nice, friendly game, right? No one's trying to rub any sort of salt on someone's wounds, so a pretty friendly game from these teams as we do move on over to the match rankings. And let's find out how is the picture looking like. Endgame PS, of course, really well needed chicken dinner, and they do get it in style as well. GOZA right underneath them, and I'm so impressed by GOZA on day 2. From the game 1 of day 2 till now, GOZA has been so consistent for being in that top 5.
Oh, they have. They definitely have, and they've pushed up that bar for the team sitting on that second position, because they have been so consistent, they have been so perfect. Average approach is what I would say for their side, which is working, which is absolutely working. 12 placement points with 4 eliminations, but looking on the front of the aggressiveness, a team end game, 12 eliminations, and the first page, we've got no team moving into the 2-digit for the elimination itself. Clearly indicates that the end game are here to absolutely take it on by a storm. But will it be enough? Because Equinox, still, without getting enough placement points, have 5 elimination points. Same is the case for Doom Esports from Mongolia.
Indeed, man. I mean, let's take a look at the latter half of the board, Blotter, because Doom, we had a lot of expectations from Doom. I mean, I'm not going to lie, both these Mongolian teams didn't really have the game they wanted to. It's okay. Equinox, as I said, they have a nice cushion to play around with, and even 5 or 6 point every single game is going to be more than enough, I feel like, to just keep that top spot. Maybe like more than 10 points in one of the games. That should be more than enough to just solidify or nail down that spot. But taking a look at the latter half of the board, Blotter, as we have Team Prime coming in too, with 2 placement points, 4 eliminations, and total points of 6. As we have HellRaisers HR2 with 1 placement points, 4 eliminations, and 5 total points in total. But par Brilliance. Sad stuff. DE Gangsters, again, a bad game for them.
A bad one, of course. With only 1 elimination point confirmed, with 1 point sitting on the 14th position when it comes to the match ranking. Yeah, not what we wanted to see coming in from the side of DE Gangsters. MAKPEN again. I mean, they had the limelight and then they just completely slid away from the side of that. Moving on to the damage graph, we shall have to see why and how did this factor in when it comes down to the play coming in from MAKPEN and the others. Look at that. I mean, again, I pointed it out right now. 774 damage coming in for MAKPEN. That is brilliant. But only 1 elimination point. That's not too good, man. That's not too good.
Oh man, so many upsets, Blotter. I mean, DE Gangsters, Blotter, one of those teams that I was looking out for. Today has been a rough day for them. I mean, I don't exactly know, man, how DE Gangsters are going to be able to pull it back, because only 2 more games left, Blotter, and one of them is Sandhawk. And I'm not going to lie, Sandhawk is one of the most, like, random games, without a doubt. So How are they going to be able to pull it
True.
off? Because Sandhawk brings in so much randomness, and I feel like when it comes to Sandhawk, there is a strat that you can go for, which is the med strat. But other than that, if the zone's not really being your best friend, then it's tough to get a chicken dinner in Sandhawk unless you're an absolute insane team who's able to breeze through teams' defense like it's nothing.
Oh, dude. I mean, honestly, you know what? Now I want to really point it out and be like, the mid strat is a strat that was a pre gems era. It was long before the purple guy showed up. It was a long time ago. That's not gonna come back again, I'm sure. And that is something that these teams are trying very valiantly to be a part of. But yeah, you're so correct. It's an easy out, and you can definitely get a lot of points. So I'm not entirely sure why the teams are not. In fact, so many regions that I've casted, I've seen that they're not really choosing to be a part of that strat. But maybe this upcoming game on the map of Sanhok could be the one that we see a lot of these teams participate in all those mid strats. But right now, looking at the overall storyboard, 113 points sitting on for Equinox. Sitting on the second is going to be Team End Game with 3 chicken dinners, 97 points, 66 placement points. That is just ludicrous. That is just like, what is the entire lobby doing against the side of this team? Because they're so good in reading what the zone is going to be doing.
And look at the end game. Just because the Gangsters had a bad game and they had a good game, instantly bouncing back on the second spot, just taking over the Gangsters space or place, and Doom ESP again. Oh man, the woes continue for this one, dude. I don't know what's going to help them. Blotter, D, Doom ESP. Ooh, something needs to be done because today's as well, they're struggling. I mean, they are getting points here and there, but that's not enough. Something more needs to be done because teams like GOZA, they're having consistent performances and they're able to keep themselves up and up and up. They're able to keep the consistency flowing. They're able to keep just climbing up and up in the ladder. When it comes to the latter half of the board, though, ladies and gentlemen, for Nepali boys, the baby steps somewhere are showing now, but is that enough? I personally don't think so. That's enough. This Sanhok game has to be a big game for them. If this one slips out, then everything will be pushed on over to the last game. And imagine the amount of nerves, the amount of shaky nerve this team's going to have. A lot of pressure to deal with, Blotter, but you still got to keep your hands steady. You got no other option.
Indeed, with that, we move on through to the second last game of the entire tourney, where we are going to be jumping into the map of Sanhok. But we shall have to see which team will be the one that'll get the better half of the zone and be able to place themselves on top. For now, looking very comfortable is going to be the side of Mongolian teams, but not that far away is going to be the side of the team joining all the way from Philippines is going to be the End Game. And that team, again, yeah, they have really rooted it down. They know exactly what they're doing. They know how they want to be able to play it, and nothing taken away from them.
Exactly. As you did mention, nothing to take away from them. And I'm not going to lie, nothing taken away even from the teams that are all the way in the latter half of the board too, ladies and gentlemen. The team that is currently sitting at the last place too. As I said, you never know when these teams are going to come back stronger in the future. So as I'm saying, guys, I mean, they're already going through a tough time because they're not doing that great in the tournament. So don't give them more hate because they really don't need it. So make sure to encourage them, make sure to motivate them if you are a real fan and if you want to see them back even in full force in the next competitions, right?
Well, wait. I just want to ask, are you guys giving hate in the chat? Like, what do you base that on?
I mean, it's just like a normal viewer's mentality, right, Blotter? If the team that they really want to do good, if they're not really able to do that great, as a fan, you have a little disappointment. And sometimes you might as well just give hate. I mean, this is something that goes on in the community. Come on. This is something that goes on everywhere. No, that's not what I do. I'm pretty sure that's what you do, though.
Right. I really don't care. I'm sure the entire fan base knows that as well, because I don't choose at all. But with that, as we move on and have a look at Negro, I'm sorry. But as we move on and have a look at the second last game, we are going to be. I mean, you asked it. You just stepped into it, right?
Listen, I said if there's love, why hate, man? You know, if there's love, why hate? Just give out love. It's a good advice, Blotter. Maybe you should take it.
Yeah, but is there supposed to be love?
Yes, sure. Humans are supposed to love each other. You know?
Yep. Definitely. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, done, discussed, and set in stone. We're moving on to the second last game of this PMCO right here from South Asia, and we are looking at the Sandhawk map, where indeed, talking about the first approach or the first blood situations, well, we've actually got a couple of teams that are going to be around in the vicinity, but they're going to be pretty spread out. But also, along with that, I do want to point out what F1 is doing. I mean, F1, they have had a league of their own, is what I want to say. And the zone, yep. That is, yeah, exactly what we want to be able to see.
40% of the zone's currently in the water. So this is quite interesting, Blotter. Not a lot of landmass already in the first zone. That means teams will be struggling right off the bat to get inside and find a nice safe spot. You talk about a safe spot, TEG, they have a good one, but the only team that can be a little problematic for them has to be ISSL Noob Alliance.
Could be the case. But now, of course, they're set up on different areas for themselves. So they're just a little spread out. But for how long? Because again, as Necro pointed out, the zone is all the way down to the western side. And as it starts constricting, it is going to get really difficult. Really, really difficult, in fact, for the teams that are sitting on the eastern side. We've got GOZA, we've got F1. Well, again, never mind F1, because they're playing in, I don't know what Formula 1 race they've got going on with the approach that they've got on the spread into the way that they've got going on the map of Sandhawk. But on the other side is also going to be DE, Gangsters, and yeah, they need to make that rotation quick. But it's doable. Again, it's a small map. It's clearly going to be easy. Or not. Maybe.
Lotta, just had a little question, you know. How do you like to start your day off? Like in the breakfast, what do you like to eat? Oh.
Chicken dinner, mate. That's exactly how I do it with Rex and RC. Absolutely. Doing it to perfection. And there is absolutely no way. There is no way Brilliance player is going to be able to walk out of that. Devil boy, you better be careful, mate.
Listen,
there is no way.
Potter, I asked you about breakfast, man, and you said chicken dinner. It's dinner, dude. You eat dinner at nighttime.
Yeah, don't we all? I mean, we're gamers, right? We sleep at like what? 6 o'clock in the morning? 5 o'clock in the morning?
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. Recently, I've been trying to fix up my schedule. I know it's hard to believe, but I am.
Oh no! Necro's out the squad!
No, guys, it's not like that. Listen, guys, alright? I'm a gamer boy, man. You guys can literally just check out my socials. I keep on uploading clips here and there. But yeah, we have ISSL Noob Alliance for now. Lucifer just eyeing out the area in the front. Does know there's a team quite close and trying to invade their privacy. As you have Cree 2, here's the footsteps, but Jimmy is way too quick to react. And the end game won't get enough amount of time. Cree especially won't get enough time to react back in time. So endgame already in a huge disadvantage. It's a 3-on-4 situation, Blotter. What do you think the outcome's going to be?
Numbers advantage, maybe, but again, the way this team is playing is looking like, okay, never mind, it is a 3v3 situation, and now this is not the play that I wanted to make or create for the side of ISSL Noob, but it seems like I kind of cursed them a little bit. I really wanted to see ISSL Noob get the better half of this fight, but Jimmy just jumped in, and yeah, that kind of broke this fight even. So we've got 3v3 situation, and never mind that, we've got Lucifer, the man Necro started off with, is down all by himself, and he is supposed to be the one to help out the side of this team of ISSL Noob. Will they be able to get those points? Yeah, easily.
What just happened? A team that won the previous game from a complete high now to a complete low. The end game, I'm pretty sure even they didn't expect that this is going to be their end game. This early off in the game of Sandhawk, oh my god, and an unexpected just happens, and the end game are just absolutely surprised about what just happened to them. I'm pretty sure they're trying to recover from the shock that they've just gotten.
Yeah, but I can understand that, you know, I mean, they had a really good first game, or rather previous game, sorry, the third game of the day, and now they're just trying to recuperate, and sadly,
yeah,
even if they wanted to get a few points, they were just not able to do so against the players of ISSL Noob, wherein ISSL Noob were that much more determined. But moving away from that fight towards the next one, we've got Power Brilliance against the players of Equinox, none other. And Equinox needs to be stopped. And Power Brilliance are doing it. They're trying their level best. They've already lost one of their boys. That's going to be Devil. And Deku is down by his lonesome. And it seems like for not for long, as Equinox are going to be able to deliver that play and get 2 points, elimination points for themselves. So Power Brilliance, yeah. A bit of a tough luck situation for them.
Yes. Has to be a little tough luck, but Rex and RC on the other hand, though, Amara is just tossing in some utilities in the front, hoping that maybe some of them will connect. Oh, this one's quite close. Just crawls right next to him, but still Amara and that's not going to be enough. Grim, one of the players just stuck in the watchtower. Oh, he's taken down so low. Barely on a sliver of health, but it has the boost going too, so that should help him increase the HP slowly and steadily and eventually. And look at Amari trying to create an angle. Hopefully, maybe he's going to be able to get the site locked in. Amari exactly knows there's a man trapped inside the tower, and this time he will also blow up the gas can that was right next to it. A great way to take the man out. Nice mind awareness show, nice presence of mind, and then there you go. Rex and RC just doing some light work on the players off Grim Gaming Esports. Grim Gaming, they're not having the tournament of their life.
They aren't. As we move back to the stalemate approach coming in from the side of Power Brilliance against the players of Equinox. Slow low-key play coming in from the side of this team. Both these teams, in fact. But Equinox seems to be the one that will get or try and get the better half of this entire saga, where indeed they have pushed on with a Vector in Manix, and it is going to be tough luck for him. But he has the safety net of the compound working for him. Huh. I guess I said that too soon, because the utilities are not going to be allowing and providing him the cover that he thought he had. And in doing so, the numbers advantage going to be favoring Equinox, and they are done easily, just like that, with a perfect synergistic approach. You know what? Communication is key. We've spoken about that again and again, and that is exactly what has been dictated right here with the way Equinox were able to create that sort of a play. And look at that, man in the back, creating that flank angle just in case somebody jumps out and tries to run away, walk away. Well, he's got it in his tracks, and that's exactly how sneaky play is going to be created from the side of Equinox as they get 3 elimination points for their side with all 4 players still standing.
Still though, 14 teams live and 52 players in total. Rex and RC doing so good so far. Doom was the casualty, but is this 3-man squad going to be able to roll over other teams too? DE Gangsters not really having a day of their life today. Something needs to be pulled off. Something critical needs to be done from their side as well. They need a chicken dinner desperately to hold on to the spot they have currently. If Doom Esports gets in one good game, DE Gangsters' position will be compromised, and I'm pretty sure they do not want to be out of that top 3.
Slow start for the side of DE Gangsters. In fact, day number 2 itself has been a little bit of a slow. Wait, what? Road soldiers, are you soldiering across each other? What is going on in the kill feed right there, where we did just see road soldiers dominating against each other as they do not have anything to say in the lobby apparently. But on the other front is going to be DE Gangsters as they take on the players of Rex and RC. And Rex and RC, well, yeah, they were waiting. They were baiting, and in doing so, they've got DE Gangsters exactly where they wanted them to
Baiting. Whoa. Can we talk about
this?
this?
You can bait with Audrey Hughes.
Ooh.
Easy.
Look at Shifty though. As soon as he just peeked out, caught a lot of bullets onto his dome right there. DE Gangsters, though, they're getting demolished from all across the board. Rex and RC, what a way to challenge the fight plotter. A nice spread, a 2-1 split, realizing they only have 3 players to work with, but they still utilize those 3 players so perfectly. Amari is able to just mow through the lawn like it's nothing. DE Gangsters, now they're falling down. Nishan, the last hope alive, and he's also getting charged on by the players. Tommy gun in his hands. He was able to find 1 knockout, still 31 bullets in the magazine. They'll go for the fresh one too. Nishan is able to find one second one. What's going on? He might just find the third one too. And what? How did they get taken out? I mean, they were able to get rid of DE Gangsters, but it seems like someone from far away, oh, it's going to be Team Prime, just invading this fight and just getting the third party in and getting rid of the final man who was standing for Rex NRC. The fight did not work out for both those teams.
Well. It did not, but there's still so much more to be said when it comes down to the way the zone is going to be playing this out. Once again, it seems like the first triangle zone is going to be going on down towards the center of these two maps, and whoa, we've still got Road Soldier's Bunny all by his lonesome in the water at Tambang, where he has no idea there are teams waiting for him. So he really needs to decide which side is going to be swimming towards. Is it going to be the center? Is it going to be the side? Wherever it is, I hope it works out for him, because right now when it comes down to the domination side of things, all these teams, they are not waiting on for a Christmas story. They are done. They are dusted. They're like, all right, this is the second last game and the game is afoot. And that's exactly how these teams are taking it. Every single side and way we look at, we've got teams trying to dominate. With just 12 minutes in, we're looking at 12 teams remaining.
It's crazy, man. Channel games, I'm telling you, sometimes they might have a crazy pace, or sometimes they can be absolutely slow, like a sloth.
True.
But for now, we have MAKPEN, Pelzang in front of us. Out in the open he was, but Cyclone could have had a nice line of sight, but unfortunately was not quick enough. So Cyclone does not want to go for the shots and give his position away. Instead, GOZA trying to be as quiet. Really sneaky, I would say. Look at GOZA, the way they're moving around, man. They know someone's around them. They just want some free shots. But GOZA, did they just catch some bullets from the back? Because I saw a little bit of hit markers.
Oh, did they?
I don't think so, no. I think so. It was just a little... But yeah, MAKPEN, look at them. They're pretty oblivious that they're getting trailed.
Yeah, honestly, when this entire thing started yesterday, I was keeping keen eye towards MAKPEN and really did want them to succeed. Really did want them to not succeed as in be on the top, but have a good progressive play. But sadly, that's not how it's turned out to be. I mean, utilities working for them, positions working for them, fights not working for them. So I guess they really need to go back to the drawing board. I mean, they must have been really good in their region, but sadly, not the case as how it's played out in the two-day affair.
MAKPEN, Pelzang just punch boosting his way on top of the mountain. GOZA too, moving in from the outskirts, from the sidelines. So you have 4 Nepali boys still playing on the edge. The next circle's not gonna center on up, still having a little bit of piece of the top left island off that Camp Alpha island, but having the majority of the bottom island. So this is pretty much like, at this point, it's well known that this next circle is probably going to be shifting down south. So every single team should start booking it down south. But where exactly in south? Is it going to be shifting left or is it going to be shifting right?
Well, Equinox, I hope you're better listening, because it has been said right here and it is very clearly evident that you need to move. Equinox have been stuck at that Camp Alpha Island for a long time. They were hoping and waiting that there would be a rotation and a shift coming in towards their side, but that's not the case. And right now also, they're just waiting, they're just chilling. They're wanting the other teams to take themselves out as they jump into the final moments of the game. For now, it is going to be MAKPEN against the players of GOZA, as GOZA are out in the open against Pelzang, and he has the information, but a 2-man split coming in from GOZA could maybe just help their cause.
I'm pretty sure, though, the cause is something that's not going to be enough. GOZA still moving on in the outskirts, man. Look at them, just trying not to be spotted, trying not to be in anyone's radar, but they still get spotted. MAKPEN, what a nice pinpoint precision from them. Able to take out one of the players that goes down to a 3-man squad. GOZA as well now. They're handicapped, but not big time. They can still work around with a 3-man squad pretty well, unless as long as you're down to a 2-man squad, then now it start to be concerned for you. But GOZA, they've been having a phenomenal day today. And the baby steps are definitely working out because those baby steps were taken from the start of the day today. That's why the baby steps are working out. You cannot really go for baby steps at the last moments.
Indeed, and talking about baby steps, that's exactly what Flames 1 have been on top of since yesterday. I mean, they're taking baby steps, of course, but is that enough? Is that going to be okay? I don't think so. I think it's going to be a bit of a hard truth that they're going to have to face. That, no matter how hard they tried, Joker, Goku, we've seen them again and again. It seems like the entire league has kind of run away from them.
It indeed has. Then we also have Team Prime in front of us. Mujrim just scouting it out. Looking around, doesn't exactly know how he should work around this time because Team Prime, they're in the edge of the zone. There's one team right next to him too, pretty close actually, right in the next compound. One of the players separated out. He spotted out the players of F1, looking for an opportunity, looking for the right moment to strike. But HellRaisers, are they aware that Team Prime is right on top of them? I told you, man, the circle is going to be shifting down south, and that's what exactly happened, Blotter. But was it left or right? The mystery has been revealed. The circle is going to be shifting on the right side. That means there are still a couple of compounds that are uncontested. For example, those little 2 shacks, if you see right in the center of the map, that spot is still up for grabs. If teams do want to go for it, any sort of hard cover at this point in time is really needed in the final zones. No matter what type of hard cover it is, you do see Equinox instantly sending it as well in their vehicles, trying to swim their way across because they know this next circle has to be a crucial one and you cannot really joke around it.
ISSL Noob right there on the map. We're looking very comfortable in the compound that they were in. For now, once again, I mean, we're looking at 12 teams remaining at 12-minute marker. And since the past 6-7 minutes, it's been a little bit of a slowpoke play coming in from these teams as they realize, oh, it's the second last game. Gonna go. All right, yeah, I didn't need that much detail. You're gonna go is fine. But talking about the way the teams are playing themselves, yeah, I do want to point out that it's gonna be a bit of a slowpoke play coming in from the side of these teams that are remaining. Once again, 12 teams that are in front of us. MAKPEN against the players of Prime now by 7. They are so close. Smart, you better be smart. And what a play coming in with the utility advantage going in his favor. He's going to be absolutely demolishing the position coming in from MAKPEN's play. And that is it, is what I'm going to say. MAKPEN, you do not stand a chance. Or do you? You better stand up to the cause as they're trying to bring up their utility as well. But it's not going to help them to the cause as it is by 7's Roshan coming in with the help of Mujrim, and that is it. That is all that it took to help them bring this team down to their knees and out for the cause as MAKPEN have been eliminated. Wow, what a play coming in from the side of that team. And as we move on through from one fight to the next, we've got GOZA taking on a lot of heads. And it is thanks to Nepali boys. They are bringing in a lot of domination. But hey, viewers, keep in mind, we've got 3 teams that are going to be moving away from this entire lobby. From Nepal, from Pakistan, and other regions, and that is how it's going to be played out. So that's what we are looking at basically. For now, when it comes to the live ranking itself, we've got Equinox looking very comfortable with 113 points plus 4 based on the kill feed that we are provided with. So there's no... Wow, that was quick, but welcome back, Necro. But yeah, just talking about the way Equinox have been able to, accumulate those points, that has been quick as well. You've got 113 points, and even though they were dropped down low just a little bit, yeah, they were not happy with that. They just pushed on along to get the best for themselves, and in doing so, they have gotten...
Ooh. For Nepali boys, I mean... Just looking around. Doom Esports peppering shots in the front. Equinox could have been on the receiving end, but still, so far, Equinox, they've accumulated 5 elimination points. They're looking pretty phenomenal so far, pretty fantastic actually, with 113 overall points plus 5 elimination points at that end. How much is that? 8 points. So that means they're currently having 118 points on the overall rankings. Quite impressive. On the other hand, though, Doom, ESP, another one of those teams looking to get the grip back up on the game. DE Gangsters not having the game of their life, not having the day of their life, actually. Doom ESP slowly and steadily closing the distance on in, but it's still an uphill battle for them. Flames 1 having all odds stacked with them. While on the other hand, Doom Esports, the odds are stacked against them.
For now, it definitely seems likely to be the case. We've got 8 teams remaining right here on the map of Sandhawk with 22 minutes in. This is going to be a crazy chaos that was, of course, ensued and, of course, anticipated from the side. But which team are we looking at that'll be able to get that chicken dinner? For now, Flames 1, even though they're just down to a 2-man army with Goku going down, they are not wanting to drop down to their knees without getting those elimination points. And 2 elimination points is what they get out of that fight. Yeah, I mean, okay. But you know what? To be very blunt about it, Goku, Alpha, Joker, they deserve much better. Or they would and should have deserved much better, but it's all down to their skills. And this time around, they're not looking good.
Indeed aren't, man.
I mean, I really want to be able to, give away sympathy votes, but I don't even have any sympathy for them because of the way they're playing, and I've gotta point them out.
I mean, I told you, bro. Look, these are the moments where you can actually be pretty, straightforward about teams. If you feel like some team is actually just doing some mistakes that you really need to point out, you can, because it was a 2-day event. You didn't really have a lot of times, any sort of slip-ups, any sort of mistakes, and you're pretty much, your position can be compromised. And that's what we've been seeing throughout the top 8 so far. I called this, it's fragile, it's quite sensitive. And as soon as one little game slip up, the entire outcome or the entire course is just changing on the top 8. And the overall rankings are quite weird too. But for now, we have Equinox in front of us. And Equinox, they are looking like the team that's just shredding everyone in their way. And ISSL this time might just be on the receiving end, and that's what exactly is happening. The nade tossed in, and it's so perfect. Crawls right next to one of the players of ISSL Noob. Now it's Jimmy in the back lines to also secure the fallen man, but also trying to get a light from this spot. Oh, nice quick peek. Kenzos falls down, but still dealt an insane amount of damage. Kenzos is able to retaliate back in style. Lucifer will find another one flowing through. Equinox, now the tables are being turned. The tides are turned against them. The wind is blowing in the favor of ISSL Noob as they keep on marching forward. Equinox, it seems like they should be crumbling down soon enough, and that's what exactly happens. ISSL Noobs, what a way to close out things against a team like Equinox.
They've done it in style, as they were wanting to, and that is exactly what we were waiting for as well. I mean, a big team. Oh, wait. What am I saying? Because, of course, we're not yet done. We've got Doom, another team coming in all the way from Mongolia. Equinox done, but we've got Doom waiting and remaining, and ISSL Noob have another opportunity and a chance to be able to dominate and bring that team down. But it's, of course, not going to be that easy. But hey, numbers advantage maybe would be the one that would work out for them, and Doom being the one that will be the one annihilating the other Mongolian team.
Yeah.
A little bit of brain fart right there. But as we move on across, with 4 teams remaining, we've got HR, which is HellRaisers from Pakistan, with only 1-man army. That's going to be Z, just wanting to get 1 elimination point more for his team. 2 confirmed. What a perfect nade parade, but that's not going to be enough because he's going to be caught out.
He is. ISSL Noob Alliance, Razor. Now look at this, man. ISSL Noob Alliance, one of those teams. Honestly, I'm really happy of seeing them in the top 3 here. And Sanhok just brings in such a randomness, right? Like, you're seeing one team dominating the entire game, but Sanhok brings in the variety. Sanhok gives a chance for other team as well to stand out, and to other teams as well get a chance to win the game. And this is what exactly is happening. ISSL Noob Alliance, one of those teams that hasn't gotten a single chicken dinner so far, they're able to get a chicken dinner in the Sanhok game.
For now, they haven't, but let's see. Maybe this would be the one where indeed there's 2 teams remaining. We've got ISSL Noob with 4-man army against the players of Doom, where indeed they have been caught out. Axe has nothing to say, as from one side to the next, it is going to be ISSL Noob pushing them along. ISSL Noob gets one more player, and that's going to be it. That is it. That is done. That is dusted. Easy as it was. Or maybe not. But ISSL Noob take the chicken dinner with a storming play. 13 elimination points from their side. 28 points in total. 5 overall ranking. That is looking good. That is looking good. With the second last game working in their favor. Is this a bit too late for the other teams? Yeah, well, I think we should point it out.
Yeah.
It probably is.
It is. I mean, ISSL Noob, I'm not going to lie, this is just an absolute great way to end things out. And now their overall ranks, look at that, Blotter. As I said, one single good game can just catapult you all the way in the top 5. And that's what exactly is happening. ISSL, that chicken dinner just sent him up to the 5th spot. It's absolutely insane, Blotter. And again, I've also given a little shout out to the observers too. They're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, I don't feel like there's even a single piece of action that we've missed so far. I mean, there might be, of course, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm really loving the way observers are able to catch every single elimination.
Oh, you know what I'm loving right now? I'm loving the fact that the observers are actually getting a hand and perfectly, absolutely dominating. My dog barking in the back.
Even he's appreciating the observers, man. He's really happy about it.
ISSL Noob, what have you done? That was not anticipated.
He's freaking out. He's freaking out.
Annihilating play.
The dog was freaking out. He's like, what just happened, guys?
Absolutely.
Give him a chance to commentate too, Blotter. You're selfish.
Well, dude, he's been commentating as you were talking about it. You know what? You've been selfish. You should have stopped. He was talking in the back. I'm sure the viewers heard it, but
I know I heard it too, but you know, I felt
But
like...
he was just like, no, you know what? I just want to carry on because I don't care.
Yeah, you know, I like that. I like that.
You just said it here. Come on, come on. You just walked into that one. You just walked into that one. Dude, please, viewers, please keep that in mind. I'm a very nice person, all right? I'm a very nice person.
That's cap. I call caps on that. I call cap.
But moving on away towards a person that is not nice is going to be the MVP of the lobby, where indeed he does not need to be nice because that's how you get the most valuable player. That's going to be none other than Jimmy, joining in from the side of ISSL Noob Alliance with 5 elimination points all to his lonesome, all by himself, of course, with 25 minutes of survival time. That is GG play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jimmy just doing so good. And the conversion rate right there, 5 knocks and 5 elim, the conversion is so perfect. 100% conversion rate, pretty much. If there was a stat for conversion rate, I would just give it 100% because perfectly played from that man. Damage stats as well in front of us. 760 damage dealt with the survival time of 25-26. Jimmy, man, he's excelled in all aspects. I'm not going to lie. Well done by Jimmy from that game. Let's take a look at the top players, and let's take a glance at the rest of the players too who were able to dominate the lobby of Sanhok. And we have Lucifer too. Oh, it's just the top 3 are going to be ISSL Noob. A big game from them, Blotter.
Wow. Wow. With 3 players chiming in along. Yeah, Neo, we hear you in the background. ISSL Noob with 3 players, of course. Jimmy. Yep, that is correct from Matrix, so he knows exactly what's at stake. He knows exactly what is not working out in the Matrix. He reads it, you know. And on the other front, we've got 1 player coming in from Prime, along with, of course, we've got Nepali Boy chiming along. That's going to be the man god with 4 elimination points, along with 495. So, you know what? When it comes down to absolute precision-based play, Yeah, the man got it. 4 elimination, 495 damage. Perfect domination.
Perfect domination indeed. And man, let's move on over to the match rankings, Blotter, because that previous game, as I said, Sanhok is a game that gives other teams a chance too to get a chicken dinner. It brings in a lot of variety, and that's what I like. ISSL Noob finally able to sneak in a chicken dinner and also catapult themselves all the way in the 5th spot. Now all they need to do is a good performance, is a consistent performance, even in the last game, to keep that spot nailed down.
It's going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough, of course, but we shall have to see if that'll be allowed to them or not with one final game remaining. One final game. I'm waiting to see what the overall standing is going to be, but for now, of course, we're at the match ranking where ISSL Noob Alliance did get the chicken dinner, which absolutely damaging. 100% damaging to the teams that are against them. 28 points compared to 17 points, sitting on the 2nd position. I don't even want to talk about it now. No. Alright, move on. 2nd position. 2nd page, please.
Yeah, let's move on over to the other page. And let's find out how the other latter half of the board is going to be looking like. The end game PS, we saw them, man. I mean, the tides got turned against them in that fight. Right off the bat, they got taken out. 3 players were taken out. They were handicapped big time. It was all down to the solo survivor of the end game PS. And yeah, the solo survivor, I mean, I would say they did okay. You know, 3 total points acquired from that man. Got 9th position for his team. So I would say not bad of an ending for that man. On the other hand, let's Deadeye's, I mean, DE Gangsters, my bad. DE Gangsters too, look at them. Again, I mean, a bad performance from their side. They're not having the day they really wanted. And on the final day, you cannot have this type of a thing going on, you know? I want to see where they are at the overall rankings. I'm not going to lie. I really do want to take a look at the match rankings as quick as possible. Or the overall rankings, my bad. But let's move on over to the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. And let's find out how the exact stats of the previous game looked like. And 58 eliminations and 3 grenade eliminations. Okay, interesting.
Exactly, and no vehicle kills. Nah. Boring game. Not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. But maybe, with the final game still remaining, that's exactly what I was kind of like in the mindset yesterday as well. That with the final game remaining, maybe we'll see some vehicle eliminations, and we did see some, so maybe this time around, well, maybe that'll be the case. For now, as we move through to the damage drop from the match summary, let's see how high the Manhattan Towers have risen.
Oh.
Not really that much, because so many teams were sadly not able to get any elimination points for their side. But looking at the dominating forces, Noob Alliance, brilliant play. Moving away from them, Team Prime, Equinox, what a dominating force Team Prime has turned out to be as the day number 1 came to an end, and again as day 2 comes to an end, they are sticking to that exact same rhythm.
Yeah, they indeed are. They're sticking to that same exact rhythm. Move on over the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, and find out, finally, it's time to reveal how the overall rankings is looking like. And look at D-Gangsters moving down to 4th spot, Blotter. Game by game, D-Gangsters are losing their spots in the overall rankings, and what can they do, man? D-Gangsters, last game, go all in, brothers, because that's all you guys need. You guys need to get a lot of points.
I'm worried. I think my co-caster is biased. Yeah.
How am I?
What, Necro? What?
Huh? How am I biased?
Huh? D-Gangsters? No. Yeah. They're sitting on the 4th. Yeah. No, but we've also got ISSL Noob Alliance moving on to the 5th position. So
we already talked about them. ISSL Noob, they moved on over to the 5th.
But that's the same for Flames 1 and MAKPEN. You know,
Flames
and GOZA
has been
well.
on 6th spot since last game, brother.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, there's other teams.
I mean, look, I'm over here talking about storylines. All right, look, D-Gangsters, the way they played yesterday, this is nowhere
Storyline from the start till
close.
the end has been D-Gangsters from you, mate.
Listen, this has been nowhere close the way they played yesterday. And I'm having high hopes from that team. I wanted to see them in the top 3 somewhere, or not just top 3, I actually wanted to see them in top 2. But so far, the way they're having this day today, it's nowhere close to the way they played yesterday. But I'm pretty sure somewhere close, they're going to be able to, replicate even better. Or in the last game, they will be able to play well. Hopefully, that's what we're having hopes for. But now, taking a look at the latter half of the board, Blotter, Team Prime doing pretty okay today. The 4 Nepali boys, though, unfortunately, the slip-up coming again.
True, very true indeed. I mean, 4 Nepali boys with 1 chicken dinner sitting on the 2nd position. Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good for their side, of course. And of course, when it comes down to this being the final game of the day, let's move on to the schedule where we shall see a wrangle brought out to the end once again. And eesh, this is not looking good for these teams sitting on the second position, but second page, sorry. But I really do want to point out Team Prime coming in from Pakistan. By 7, they have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
The way they've been able to read the lobby, the way they've been able to progress on, the way they've been able to, showcase that brilliant play coming in from their side and read what is going on around them on day number 1 and then completely replicate that against their opponents on day number 2 is sheer brilliance. But is that enough? I mean, they've moved all the way up almost to the top of the second page, but will they move on into the top 8? Now that's a storyline I really want to be able to see. But D Gangsters, is it? Wait, this side. D Gangsters, what do you think? What do you think is gonna happen?
This side. But, yeah,
what do you think is gonna happen this side?
D Gangsters, I don't know, man. I feel like they need to play this one safe, man. It's gonna be Erangel. They've been doing quite well yesterday on Erangel too, so they have to go with safer play and then maybe try to just get as many elimination points as possible in the final moments of the game. But the survival factor is something D Gangster is really struggling with, because the fights they're taking, they're able to win those fights. Exactly. Don't get me wrong, they're able to win those fights somehow. But in those fights, they're taking a lot of damage, and that's something they cannot really expect. They cannot be handicapped early off in the game. But it seems like the game's lined up and ready to, Blotter, so we probably are going to be heading inside the final game of this entire PMCO, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where it all ends. The storylines will be closed after this one. The overall rankings will be revealed too. How will the top 5 be looking like? Will DE Gangsters stay in the top 5, or are they going to be kicked out of that one? This game will be the decider one. Or are some of the teams right underneath them, ISSL, Noob, F1, 2, are they going to be able to climb up in the top 5 or not?
Let's find out. Let's definitely find out if this is going to be the one. If this is going to be the one for the comeback story, or if this turns out to be a stalemate opportunity where you thought you could have made it, but yeah, it did not work out. But you know what? There's still an opportunity. And so that is what we are going to be looking forward to. And which team is going to be able to convert that opportunity into a perfect chicken dinner night. And now, as we move across this final game, the final game of the entire PMCO of South Asia region 2022 is looking phenomenal. All I gotta say is looking phenomenal. All the way from the side of Nepali Alliance, FT Esports, RGC, OPEX, Paradox coming in from all the way from Australia. Menuhala. You've got so many incredible names out here. It's just in the end, somebody's a winner, somebody is not. And that's how it turns out to be. And what a play being showcased coming in from the side of the zone itself, where indeed, till now, in the 2-day affair, till now, has been really long gone. We haven't really seen something like this. We've got Yasnaya in the center. But what do you predict? Where do you think, Necro, will the zone go? Is it...
Tough, man. Tough, I'm not going to lie. And I really want the zone to be near Yasnaya, those rice fields near Yasnaya, the open fields right underneath Yasnaya. That's where I feel like that circle is one of the best circles, in my opinion, on Erangel, next to the military base. Because that circle is just like, it pushes the teams out of their comfort zone to find out a way to play around the rice fields. And it's just so tough to navigate the way around sometimes. It's really tough to avoid the sight lines because the circle just stays out in the open. But the best part about those rice fields is that there's a lot of hay bales and a lot of haystacks to help you get that cover as well. And it all comes down to that gunpowder. It all comes down to that individual aim mechanics, how good a player is when it comes to that firepower aspect.
True indeed, mate. True indeed. For now, we're hearing a lot of footsteps as the teams try and get those loots sorted for themselves. But apart from that, I don't see any contestations that could be anticipated or expected based on how they've dropped. So even though this is the final game, I genuinely, Necro, anticipated that there would be teams, you know, trying to annihilate each other, trying to get that drop contestations or whatnots. But yeah, that's definitely not how it's turned out to be. So, slow start definitely is what this game is turning out to be. That in the center,
Yeah. The next
we've
circle,
got
man. I'm pretty sure the next circle is something every single team will be looking out for. Because at the start, I'm not really expecting a lot of collisions early. I'm not really expecting a lot of brawls, a lot of skirmishes. I'm expecting all sort of action as soon as the next circle pops up and when these teams are going to start booking it for that better spot inside the next zone. For now, though, Equinox, I mean, doing really good. Currently, the Kings as well of this entire lobby holding the throne in their spot or holding the throne in their hands all the way on top of the overall rankings in the first spot. Looking really good. Grim, though, Overwatch on top of the players of Roar. A lot of information indeed to be gathered. Look at Bloodshot out in the open, moving around, but I don't think so Grim have any clear line of sight on that player. If they do want to get a clear line of sight, though, doing so, they can as well just reveal themselves.
they can, of course, but roar soldiers, you need to buck up, mate. I'm sure you had a valiant effort, but this is just not it. Serizawa coming in from Crows. Zero. Not looking too good for you as well, mate, as you try and bust out of that opportunity. Grim is right above you, and they have no idea, you know. That's the evil part about all this. They have no idea. They let Serizawa go because he's from Crow Zero. Apart from that, yeah, they are going to be absolutely hunkered down, and Grim, they are playing at Grim to perfection based on their name.
Indeed are. Lucas Rocks, oh, spots out. The player, 2 shots connected. Player's taken down to half HP. Knows now Bloodshot should stay in his limits and not peek out like that again. Mr. Savage was knocked out, but the res is instantly there. So Roar, for now, they're looking okay. But Grim, with this high ground, man, they're just in such an advantageous spot.
They are. They're trying to capitalize it as well. I mean, they definitely are, but it seems like they've given away the advantage, and now it's going to be all down to the soldiers, and they are going to deliver. Mr. Savage bringing up an absolute savagery against the players, but he's a bit too late for that savage play, as he's all by his lonesome, and Sandesh drops in and brings in all of those elimination points for his team. In doing so, he's going to be able to get some perfect plays. But hey, in the back, we've got Weck taking care of the end. The sixth o'clock force coming in from Weck as he does. This is going to be almost annihilation for the side of the soldiers, the Roar soldiers. Not having a good start, not having a good day, not having a good 2 days, in fact, is what I would say. Yesterday, they were still kind of holding on, but today, they've completely lost their pace. Today, they've absolutely not been able to showcase what they bring. And in the end, that's what it has turned out to be for their side. But hey, you gotta keep in mind, there's still 1 player remaining from their side.
Grim, though, I mean, able to do pretty good. Yeah, as you said, still that 1 player remaining who was separated out from the pack. And as I said, I mean, Grim's not a team that is really scared of taking fights, dude. They have been taking fights, but the problem is, again, the same problem that is having that D Gangsters having. They take a lot of casualties in that fight, and that's something they cannot really afford. If you do take casualties in every single fight and you're not really able to come up with a flawless execution against the team you want to go up against, then you might have to reconsider off challenging a fight and try to get a little bit more mature approach in the game. On the other hand, though, we have Noob Esports. I would say doing okay-ish, not bad. Some games doing okay, so some games doing good, some games are slipping by. But Noob Esports, all they need to do is just stay in that top 5.
That's all they gotta do. They did it. I mean, they were part of it so gracefully yesterday, but today,
Yeah.
there've been ups and downs. There've been ups
Mhm.
and downs. Won't lie. But overall, still nothing taken away from their approach.
Yeah.
Because again, when you talk about it, we have to mention it. It is very clearly evident. These Mongolian teams, I mean, Doom being one, we already know the other one, Equinox. They're done. They're always going to be a part of it. You know, top 3 teams from Mongolia, top 3 from Pakistan. They are moving on along, and yeah, these teams that we're looking at, Doom, they've made it.
They have.
There's nothing stopping them. In fact,
Ooh. The next circle, though, Blotter. Instantly just shifting a little bit down south. And I'm not going to lie, teams are going to be happy with this circle shift. It's actually favoring a lot of teams in here. I wanted it
true.
to shift somewhere on the right side, but we're probably going to be set up for a standard ending, I guess. But if it still ends near school and apartments area, huge fan of that circle too.
Hey, you know what? I really want to be able to see what you were talking about earlier as well. You know, north of Yasnaya, we've got that small little lake that's been created, which is a fjord, and that fjord could probably be the one which I've honestly, yeah. See, Neo agrees. Neo's like, yeah, that better be the circle right now. But my dog has his own conversation going on with the PUBG gods. But never mind that. I mean, what I was mentioning was the northern part of Yasnaya, the smaller lake that we can see. Um, I hope the circle goes there, even though it's got like what, Necro, you would be better better to point this out. I guess what, less than 5%, 10%
Yeah.
of the zone shifting. But I really want to be able to see that sort of a zone. That would be brilliant
Oh, that
because nobody would anticipate.
I mean, the zone shifts, man. Again, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to see a circle, but it's okay. You know, shifted a little bit on the left side, so that means there's a chance that it might just shift. But on top of school, and as I said, I'm a huge fan of that circle too. So, not gonna be disappointed. As long as these teams are gonna be able to put on an absolute show, I'm up for it.
Indeed.
Yeah, HellRaisers though. On the other hand, today's day has been pretty rough on them as well. Fallen 5, on the other hand, just tossing in some utilities on the front. F1 could have got one almost though, but backed off. F1 looking okay for now. F5 on the other hand though, which is Fallen 5. Quite spread out. One of the players just trapped inside the bridge or underneath the bridge. Has Fallen 5. They're down to a 3-man squad. Unfortunately, Anish got taken out. Fallen 5. Just swimming around the water. At this point in time, teams don't exactly know how much teams are around them or how many teams are around them. Rather, MAKPEN, one of the players, got spotted out. Nice shots from Pirate. Chipped out a bit of damage. Brooklyn doing something, just proned out inside the house. Scouting the areas out too. As I said, every single team now, again, they're going to wait for the next crucial hit from the circle. Where is it going to be shifting towards? Because usually we know this has to be a hard shift somewhere. If this actually centers on up, teams will be quite happy. Oh no, yep, this is a hard shift. Pretty much down south, a little bit tilted on the right side. We might just see a Yasnaya open field circle again if the next circle just shifts up north a bit.
Oh, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. That's exactly the position that we want to be able to see these teams in, which is no cover, nowhere to dock, nowhere to be able to duck. Absolute domination being showcased as to what team has the better skill to be able to get the better half of those sort of fights. And that is exactly what the circle is hopefully being predicted from your side as well. And that's going to be the open zone. But again, we're still a few months away from confirming that as of now. And looking at what we've got on our screens as of now, well, it's looking comfortable. It's looking comfortable for a lot of these teams, but just for a minute, because the next 60 seconds, these teams are making those rotations, as we can clearly see. And as soon as these rotations are made, or are being tried to make, to be made, we are looking at these sort of contestations, and that's exactly what we've got coming in from Team Prime. What has happened to Team Prime, by the way? By 7, they jump in, they rescue to the cause, and just like that, they annihilate the entire squad. Okay, so that happened.
Wow, what was that, Prime? It's like you blink it and you miss it. That's pretty much the
Exactly.
example of that. Fallen 5 though. Spicer. A lot of shots taken in the front. The spray's not really finding, but it's more kind of like a suppressive fire. Brooklyn in the back to provide the cover fire while Spicer is closing or getting real up close and personal. MAKPEN, though, I like the repositioning from their side instantly. They have one of the players on the top, on the rooftop, making sure he's also getting a lot of info. And yes, Brooklyn was prone out in the open. And the man on the top was being the overwatch. Valeska will spot him out as MAKPEN. Now they're deciding to reposition themselves even better. They're in a state of discomfort indeed. They're quite unsettled, but on the other hand, I mean, Fallen 5, they're just down to the last glimmer of hope up, and he's also given his position away.
Not looking good. Not looking good at all. MAKPEN, I mean, they have definitely understood how the lobby's playing. They've definitely understood what the teams are going to be approaching when it comes to the fight, and they have pushed on to the entire squad. In doing so, Fallen 5, they have lost to the cause with just nade parade against the final player. That is going to be it. And the two elimination points confirmed for the side of MAKPEN, but the entire squad of this team has been annihilated. And look at that on the kill feed. We've got the end game still pushing on along, still trying to make some numbers for their side. We've got none other than Brilliance in their crosshairs, but that was just a knock. And elimination point has not yet been confirmed, viewers. So don't get too excited. In fact, the viewers that are excited for Team Prime, you best be careful. We've got MAKPEN right around them. I'm calling you out. Who is a fan of Team Prime? Right now, in the chat, type Prime. And Necro will answer.
Oh, man. I mean, Team Prime, I'm not going to lie, it seems like the stars have aligned for them in this game, but maybe I'm just too early to say. Maybe I'm just too early to say because they still need to breach inside the next zone, and I'm pretty sure at this point in time the good spots should have already been acquired, but oh no, Flames won! The player's isolated all by himself. Goku in a 1-on-3 situation, but not anymore. Panda, oh, we'll take him out easily. Well, it seems like Flames won, man. You guys should have been quickly. You guys should have been a little bit quick to capitalize on that compound, but a little too late doing so.
Oh, Team Prime, you've missed the prime spot. You've missed that prime spot indeed. This team, they have been so phenomenal on day number 2. Honestly, talking about consistency and the way they're approaching fights and the way they're able to just be so synergistic, everything working out in this team's favor. But yet again, I do believe it is a bit too late. On the other front, we've got Grim Gaming. That was a part of the kill feed a few minutes ago. This team is making numbers. Look at those 5 elimination points working for their side. And in the kill feed, along with the, of course, map feed, we can see that this team is all over the place. This team is in a 2-man split, taking on fights with 3 different teams all by their own.
Exactly, team end game, yes. And they're just firing shots, tracking the vehicles in the front while they're moving, but on the other hand, Brilliance, moving really close. Nate's tossed in quite close to the team end game. PS as well, team end game, as we do know, this game needs to end at least on a decent note for them. As we have Sakuragi still moving around, trying to dodge those nades as much as possible. Finally, will disengage from this one. This team in-game, the rest of the team is in the back trying to provide that cover fire. Brilliance finding some nice cheeky angles through the smoke.
They're definitely trying all their level best, but is it a bit too much? Because they've got 2 players in this entire squad, and they're taking on this fight against the players that are a little bit far away. I mean, I won't lie, it's just a bit too extended, especially based on the fact that we already know that it's a 2-man army from Brilliance. So, is it all based on just they wanting to get those numbers? Are they just genuinely trying to go all out, YOLO guns blazing? what exactly is the strategy right here? One of the players has already left and gone into the blue zone. I mean, yeah, it's all sorts of chaos coming in from the side of approach that is being showcased from Brilliance. On the other front, for the side of Team End, I'm sure they're questioning exactly that. I am. What is going on with this team?
Rex NRC on the other hand too. Amare knocked out. Sushti still there. Hazen as well, moving around here and there. Want to get the rest on the fallen man though. Amare should be back upon his feet soon. Rex NRC jumping around here and there, spots out Equinox in the front. But Equinox is not a team that you want to be a target of. I'm telling you right now, and they won't be scared, or they aren't scared to breach through your defense that you're trying to hold them off at bay. Amare spots him out, but oh, the return fire is even stronger from Doc. The Mini-14 reply is even stronger, and DE Gangsters too replying even harder this time on the back lines, as DE Gangsters did realize there's a fight going on, and this is right moment to strike to third party Rex and RC this time, and Hazen, look at them. Returning the favors to DE Gangsters, but that's not going to be enough. Just chipped out a lot of damage. DE Gangsters so far doing pretty okay when it comes to survival aspect, but there are still 12 teams alive. If they get taken out here, it's not going to be worth it. GOZA ESports getting charged on by ISSL Noob Alliance. The confidence that because they won the previous game is clearly being seen from their side, and ISSL Noob Alliance just doing some light work on top of GOZA, a team that has been doing so phenomenal today. But GOZA in this game, they get taken out in 12th spot. GOZA, I'm pretty sure they're going to be just shaking their heads after that one. They're going to be just so unhappy with the outcome of this game. Equinox in the back line still, ISSL Noob Alliance. Another challenger approaching. Equinox is not going to be an easy or a light contender against them.
Absolutely. Looking at 10 teams remaining, we've got 29 players remaining. Grim Gaming Esports moving on along with 8 elimination points of their own from the side. They are bringing in a lot of domination. They are sticking to the edges, as I said, to the sides, and they are bringing in those numbers for themselves. Doom Esports, they have nothing to say, but maybe they do. Let's find out if this fight is going to turn out into a piston combination coming in from Fistboy along with his teammates from Doom Esports, or is it going to be an annihilation against them? For now, yeah, they're fine. Yeah, they're fine. No worries at all.
Equinox, though, just looking around still. They need to get a better spot inside the zone. Currently just in the outskirts, or just in the edge, I would say. Getting shot at by a lot of teams here. Equinox, they're quite exposed. I mean, at this point in time, I would just say every single team is exposed, but ISSL Noob Alliance is definitely looking the most confident in this zone. We talked about the stars being aligned. ISSL Noob Alliance as well. They have the stars aligned in this game as well, and they can try to convert this game into a nice win. And unfortunately, the circle actually being the enemy of Equinox shifts away from them, way too far away. That means Equinox will now need to travel out in the open. They will have to find some insane knockouts in the team in the front to even make that rotation blotter.
It seems likely to be the case, and 17 remaining. Equinox have exactly the information, even through the smoke. I mean, even before they jumped in to this point to get that smoke for their cover, they knew exactly where their opponents were. That is what segregates a really good team from an ordinary one. And I'm not saying any team is ordinary. I mean, again, Equinox, they are just proving their sheer brilliance with the information and the ordinary cues that they've got. A perfectly set up nade, bringing down 2 players, my correction, 3, and this is the opening. Well, again, they already had planned. Look at that perfectly set up nade once again as they jump into those buggies to get away from that position, to get into the comfort of the zone. As they do so, they leave DE Gangsters out in the open with the smoke working for themselves. But for how long is it going to be on the other front? We've got this perfect fight from from MAKPEN's side as they take on the players of ISSL. Razor, the man who is standing true and tall, and with that Jimmy's help, he's going to be able to absolutely eliminate MAKPEN. 6 teams remaining in this lobby. ISSL Noob, what are they on? This Noob Alliance has worked out in this favor on day number 2 as they completely obliterate their opponents one by the next.
Oh, Razor, I mean, there's a little bit of team blow-up with the utility right there. ISSL Noob Alliance now, it seems like they're cracking under a lot of pressure. They unfortunately blew up their own teammate. DE Gangsters getting eliminated at 5th position with only 1 elimination point. Another bad game underneath their belt, Blotter. This is something they really didn't want it. I do want to find out, have they found themselves still in the top 5 or not, or have they moved out yet? Team Prime, though, doing really good in this game so far. Nepali boys looking to spoil the game off Doom Esports. Is that going to be a possible scenario or not? But unfortunately, ManCod is taking a bit too damage from the wall of death, and he will fall down as well for Nepali boys. Not able to stay alive for longer.
Numbers advantage though. Numbers advantage is what this has turned out to be. Top 3 teams remaining right here. We've got Team Prime by 7 looking very comfortable with all 4 players still surviving and standing. And they're looking at information and they're dropping down players like flies. Doom Esports goes down. As they do so, this is the opening that Team Prime were hopefully waiting for, as this is when they have the opportunity to rise up, to raise up the glasses to the cause as they get the chicken dinner. But not long before Doom Esports have something to say to all of that, as Fistboy jumps in with a fisting blow, and he will be able to dominate against the force of Team Prime for now. But you know what? The X factor in all this, there's still that 3rd team, and that's only 1-man army. So yeah, it's like easy. All right, you guys have that fight. I'm going to chill around, and I'm going to be able to get those elimination points as well as those placement points.
Team Prime in a really prime spot so far. A nice spread to work it out as well in the controlling spot of the entire zone. Team Prime, they have sight lines all across the zone, man. And it seems like they're not going to let anyone breach in unless if they're trying to take a sneaky approach. One of the players from Doom spotted out. That's an easy knockout for Mujrim. Shouldn't be that tough. Player knocked out. Team Prime, it seems like this has to be their game. Another one's following it up. A nice nade from the side of Smart. Will take out 2 of the players. And Doom, you blink it and you miss it. But Doom, they've had a blast of a game in this one as well. 11 elimination points wrapped up. ISSL line. A nice game. A game for them. And Mamasa seems like he's just going to straight up give up. He knows it's a done game for him. It's a 1-on-4 situation with no sort of a cover to play around with. And he will just step out in the blue to get that confirmation, but unfortunately he wasn't able to roll it through. Team Prime, a great chicken dinner, and the final game of the entire PMCO, Blotter.
Oh, they do it in style indeed. With 5th ranking overall is where this team finishes. Team Prime looking very confident, looking very diligent in terms of their approach on day number 2. Definitely their managers ought to be happy with the way that they've been able to play this time around when it comes to day number 2. Day number 1, yeah, it was okay, it was not too great, but come on. Top 5 is where they finish on day number 2 with this Pakistani team jumping up to the cause. Exactly right. This is the sheer brilliance being showcased, as well as also looking at what the opponents are doing. And the opponents, well, they were read out, and Team Prime, they used that to their advantage.
Crazy, man. Imagine they were on the latter half of the board, Blotter. 9th spot.
True.
They were in before this game. And that catapult, that jump Team Prime took all the way in the top 5. Now, all I'm here to find out is, are the Gangsters in that top 5 or not?
Oh, that's a good one. You know what? That's a really good one, because that's not something that I was looking at. And let's find out. I guess let's find out. But before we do so, let's have a look at exactly right. Let's have a look at the most valuable player, because I have no idea where exactly are they going to be sitting at. But right now we've got Sile. I'm sorry, Sile. I spoke about not understanding your name, mate. But you know what, Sile, you've done great. From Doom Esports, moving on to the 6th elimination, 6 eliminations, along with, of course, 3 assists. That is a sheer brilliance. And 709 damage clearly indicates, of course, that those 6 eliminations were all by him, all by his lonesome, and he was just on top of all of those damaging points that he got for his team.
Yeah, I mean, the damaging point 6 eliminations. That's quite huge. This is what I said too, right? I mean, Doom Esports, they got 11 eliminations in total, and they got eliminated on 4th spot or 3rd spot, somewhere like that. And that's quite a decent ending, I would say, considering it was the final game. So Doom Esports, they have to be somewhere in the top 5. I mean, they were in the top 5 without a doubt. But I want to see if they kicked out Gangsters or not. But now we have the top players of the previous game in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Style, of course, has to be there. Jimmy, too, again from ISSL Noob Alliance, showing himself up with 5 eliminations. Akaze from the side of Doom with 4 eliminations. And Prime players, finally, we're able to see them somewhere in the top 5 players. Let's move on to the match summary.
Let's see. What is it going to be? Do we have any vehicle elimination? You know what? In the 2-day affair, I've been talking about vehicle eliminations, but there hasn't been a single one on the feed. There's never been one on the screen. And I guess, yeah, with 0 eliminations once again, yeah, it clearly indicates that the ratio just wasn't fair enough for them to be able to bring up that sort of a vehicle elimination. But 10 grenade eliminations? Wow.
Crazy.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man, these open fields sometimes, where you don't really have a lot of cover and where you know that maybe there's an enemy right there in that smoke, that's when the innate eliminations come in so handy. And then you have 3 airdrops looted too. Airdrop heavy game as well in that previous one. And then you have 57 eliminations, 63 knockouts, 339-meter longest elimination. That's impressive. And yeah, total heals of 6,270. Not gonna lie, Blotter, I just cannot wait for that overall ranking board to be revealed, because that's what I'm here and sitting and waiting for. But before that, you know, the Puppet Master has to keep the suspense going. So before overall rankings, let's check out the match ranking and let's see how that one looked like. Match rankings in front of us. Team Prime, of course, with 12 eliminations and 15 placement points. They've catapulted themselves all the way in 5th spot in the overall rankings. But with 27 total points, Team Prime are looking absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are looking brilliant. They are looking absolutely pristine with those elimination points as well as the placement points working for the side of Team Prime. Doom Esports, 21 points, had a valiant effort with 10 placement points. Of course, they were wanting to dominate this final game. They tried their level best, but Team Prime got the better half of their side. On the other front, as we move on through to the second page, I do want to be able to see what exactly is going to be the play. Looking at how the second page is, Team End Game, their play was kind of stopped in track. On the other front, Roar Soldiers, Fallen 5, Rex and RC.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Rex and RC, man, I'm telling you, they got picked off from all the different angles. The way they got challenged from the back lines by DE Gangsters was just brutal. Because Rex and RC, unfortunately, they were fighting against Equinox, if I'm not wrong, and then Doom Esports just, or it was DE Gangsters actually, who just chimed in from the back lines and who took out the players of Rex and RC one after the other. A third party is so hard sometimes when you least expect it. And man, it's really hard to counter, I'm not going to lie. It's one of the things that it's next to impossible to get out of, unless if you're just an absolute insane team and you're able to pull off some insane miraculous play even against that third party and you're able to land your shots. But these are the match rankings, even off this latter half of the board. The Endgame PS, again, having a little bit of tough game. And I'm pretty sure Endgame PS, they were on the 2nd spot in the previous overall rankings board. So the Endgame PS should be there again. But let's take a look at the damage graph, ladies and gentlemen, off the previous game. And let's find out how did the bars look like. Because it has to be Doom actually doing pretty good too with 11 eliminations. But Team Prime, they went all in.
They did. Oh, they did. And along with them was also the approach coming in from Doom as well as Grim Gaming, as we can clearly see. Along with that, of course, Equinox is always not that far behind. But this time around, these are the teams that we've got when it comes down to the overall domination that was showcased in this entire force. On the other front, though, I mean, till now, you know, in the 10-game affair that we've seen from these regions and these teams, there has not been a consistent play. It's almost as if every single time we jump into a game, there's been a different region that always tries to dominate. And yeah, this time around, it is Team Prime making a perfect play off the lobby against the Mongolian domination that was being showcased on day 1.
Mongolian domination indeed, but today we saw a lot of variety too, so I'm kind of happy for the other teams too to actually able to show themselves up and do pretty well too. But on the other hand, Blotter, I mean, we take a look at the other stuff, right? And for example, teams like Grim Gaming, I mean, one of those teams that was trying to show themselves up, and I feel like now, finally in the final game, they were able to show themselves up with a lot of elimination points, a lot of damage too, but that's not enough, man. That's not enough. Grim Gaming, you guys should have performed like this throughout the start. Then maybe you guys would have been somewhere near in the top page. But for now, let's take a look at the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, and find out how the storyboard is looking like. Finally, you reveal it in front of yourself. And oh, the production! You guys are cheeky, huh? You guys show the second page first. Woo! I hate you guys for doing that.
Team Prime, nowhere to be seen. For Nepali boys, jumping up to the 9th spot. HellRaisers could have done better. Yada yada yada. But again,
man.
You know what? I really don't want to point out the flaws and what's nots of the team sitting right here, because there weren't a lot of teams that made flaws in this second page or second tier of the leaderboard. But there are still few. Of course, the viewers know it. I know it. I'm sure you know it as well. But without pointing them flaws out, the teams know it themselves as well as to what they could change, as to what could be replaced. As of now, though, it was definitely a valiant effort, right? I mean, look at the point difference. You're looking at the 9th position for Nepali boys, 68 points. After that, 10th position, GOZA, again 68 points. Not that far of a difference. So, yeah, they've all played really well.
Yeah, they've played really phenomenal. Please, production, just show me the first half of the board. God damn it. I've been waiting here for entire day almost. And oh, there we go. Okay, so Doomy has been finally shifting themselves up in top 2. And DE Gangsters, oh my god, kicked out of the top 5, Blotter. What a plot twist at the final moments. DE Gangsters not in the top 5 anymore. ISSL Noob Alliance kicking them out, including Team Prime. And oh my god, this is insane. Team Endgame PS is right there too. MAKPEN, I'm really happy, ladies and gentlemen, for a team that came out of Bhutan, if I'm not wrong, from the Bhutan region. And I'm so happy for a team like MAKPEN to finally show themselves up here too. A decent performance from their side. Props to MAKPEN, but god damn, these overall rankings, oh boy, did not expect D Gangsters to just be kicked all the way out of that top 5 right there, Blotter. That's something I'm really surprised by, but that jump from Team Prime, 4 spots jump, insane, insanity.
Exactly, and without even, without any point difference, basically, as you were pointing out from the start of the entire day as well as yesterday as well, right? I mean, we were talking about 89 points is what we've got between the side of Team Prime as well as D Gangsters, and I mean, not even 1 point difference. I mean, that's exactly where they're at. So yeah, it has definitely turned out into a bit of tough luck for the side of D Gangsters. On the other front, I do want to point it out that when it comes down to the regions, right, Necro, they've got top 3 moving on along. So let's kind of phase that out for the viewers as well.
Top 3 from every region, ladies and gentlemen. Top 3 from each region will be moving on in the future competition. So, yeah, as I said, there was a lot of opportunities for these teams, and the teams that still haven't really made it, or the teams that were not really able to qualify, well, guys, better luck next time, because I know you guys are not going to give up and keep going with that attitude.
Absolutely. And with that, another point to bank on to that conversation is going to be D Gangsters. They're the first in the top 3 of Nepal, so yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're looking pretty okay so far. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, as you did bring it up, they do seem like they're gonna be the first in the top 5 of the entire Nepal. Yeah, they are actually. So D Gangsters, they're on the safer side for now. Looking really good, man. I'm really happy for teams like the Endgame PS and even MAKPEN doing such a great job staying in the top 8. MAKPEN too, somewhere in the final moments of the day, in the last day, or in the second day, I would say. MAKPEN were able to pull it through. They were able to get it together, and they were able to pull it through. MAKPEN, a great ending from their side. But Blotter, not just that. This is not just it. Overall rankings, one more secret to be revealed, one more plot twist. The elimination leaders to find out who was the most dominating man in this entire tournament, and it's going to be Equinox East 922 with 25 eliminations, 5,118 damage dealt with the average survival of 2214.
Absolutely. On the other side, we've got Akaze with only 1 point difference in terms of the eliminations. 24 point when it comes down to the elimination. But look at the damage. I mean, the damage is stark difference. 4,700 compared to the 5,100. Yeah, it definitely clearly showcases why East was up on top.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, man, did a really phenomenal job. I'm not gonna lie. But, ladies and gentlemen, now back to us, because I'm definitely going to be having a surprise face, because I just don't know what just happened. It's really hard for me to recover from what I just saw in front of my eyes. The Gangsters kicked out of that top 5. And Team Prime just catapulting themselves in the last game. Surprise, surprise. Team Prime was like, surprise, surprise. Guys, you thought.
True.
Crazy,
True. Indeed, but that's how it worked out, right? I mean, nobody anticipated how it was going to be when it comes down to the end of the day, and Team Prime, they definitely stole the entire limelight for themselves, and I'm pretty happy for their side, as well as for, of course, all the other teams that were in the top 3 as well. But overall, with that done and dusted, we've got the team selected, we've got an incredible 2-day affair that is taken out right here. With that, of course, we've also got the $50,000 that is going to be distributed based on that overall ranking. But that also does bring us to the end of the 2-day affair. Sadly, it does not extend further, but I definitely would have wanted it to. I really did anticipate a lot more from so many of these teams. I'm sure you guys did as well. I'm sure Necro's been pointing it out so many times as well. You know, there are so many teams that really have been kind of underperforming, because it's just 10 games in total, but nevertheless, it has been an exhilarating ride. Necro, just to close the day off, mate, what is going to be your statement to add?
My statement is just going to be like, guys who are not able to qualify, don't be like just unhappy about this. Unless, take this as a motivation for you guys, that you guys need to try even more harder. There's something that you guys are lacking in. Go out and sit with your team, review the WODs, check out what exactly is going on in the lobby. How are some of the best teams in the lobby able to perform? How are they able to crack the code? And I'm pretty sure come back even stronger in the future. And I'm sure you guys are the people that's not going to give up. I know how a competitive player thinks. I know what the competitive spirit looks like in a player. So I know you guys are going to come back even stronger next time. And as for the fans, as I said, please do not hate on these teams, because they're already having a tough time.
That is so brilliantly said indeed. Brilliant play coming in from Necro for the final statement. And with that, I've got nothing to add on. All I'll say is just get in touch with the dude. Just get in touch with the dude. He knows all the strats. He knows all the plays. His socials are right down there. You do want to be able to tag him along and, of course, be a part of the conversation with him as you progress on in your own esports journey. With that, it has been fabulous and absolutely incredible to be a part of this. I've been Blora, and of course join in with Necro. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until the next one, take care, stay awesome, and sayonara.
Thank you. you.